Alright, hello everyone, and welcome back to Phoenix Wright. Last time we ended on quite the cliffhanger, and it's unfortunate that it almost took 2 weeks to resolve said cliffhanger, but we're here, doing a little bit of an extra stream on the weekend to make up for last week. All things go well, there should still of course be a stream. Another stream on Tuesday, but we're going to try and get this next court trial complete here. Because Maya, of course, as is tradition, got accused of something once again. And that something's pretty big, mind you, but, I mean, did we really need Maya to get accused here, of all places? It's like she's just a beacon of bad luck when it comes to this sort of thing. 3 months ago, the alchemist that lived in this house was murdered, and now we've got a situation of our own. There on the floor, in front of a terrified Maya, was the professor, now completely made of gold. What the heck is going on? I thought the professor was supposed to be meeting with the storyteller. To make matters worse, now Maya's accused of being a witch. Also, it just makes it worse too, because I think only women can be witches. So, I'm pretty sure that was like blatantly explained last stream of this. That just makes this like all the better.
The trial of Maya Fey shall now begin, as scheduled.
Scheduled.
Knights of the court, are you ready to cross your swords of justice?
Inquisitor Zacharias Barnum always has his sword ready for the work of justice.
Defense ready, Your Honor.
Not very creative.
I just gotta give it all I've got.
Yeah, I mean...
It would appear the defender has thrown down the gauntlet, Sir Barnum. Now, before we begin, may I have a word with you, defender?
Yes, Your Honor.
Last time we met, you stood in this court as an apprentice baker. In all honesty, when I saw you for the first time, I thought to myself, a baker should stick to bread baking.
Is that so? What a fine first impression I made.
However, today you are not merely some befuddled maker of sweet buns. I'm obliged to fully recognize you as a knight of law and justice, on par with Inquisitor Zacharias Barnum.
Well, good, I guess. That's, quite the promotion.
Now may your duel begin. Fight bravely and expose the truth behind this heinous crime.
All right, we're all counting on you, Inquisitor Barnum.
I knew she was a witch as soon as I laid my eyes on her. She's got witch written all over her. Why not put the baker on trial? Bake the baker, I say!
Wait, why? What did he do?
They treat him like some sort of celebrity.
You know, give him a couple of more cases, and I'm sure Phoenix will get some cheers in the crowd too.
Adored by the crowds, but when he pointed his sword my way, you managed to shield me from his accusations. Maya clearly isn't a witch, so surely your victory is certain.
Thank you for believing in me, Espella.
Espella Cantabella. I have given you leave to come to this trial today. However, that does not mean that the charges against you have been dropped. Rather than worry about others, you should consider your own situation.
Thank you for granting me your permission, Inquisitor.
Inquisitor Barnum, you may begin your opening statement. As you wish, my lord. As usual, let us commence this trial by first recounting the events, if it pleases you, Sir Blue Knight. As, you wish, Inquisitor. Still can't get used to his terminology. This heinous crime has occurred in the residence of the late Newton Belduke, the alchemist. Here's the sketch plan of his residence. Alright, 2 separate rooms, and then the basement that Phoenix was in. Which is completely, as far as we know anyways, completely closed off from everything else. You have to even, like, go outside and around to get to the other part of the building. Although, I guess that kind of makes sense, because, like, if you say, like, let's say the residence is the green area on the left, and then if you're treating, like, the right, or I guess, like, the right's the residence and the left's, like, the shop, I don't know. One or the other, it seems like because it was kind of a combination of the two. That kind of makes sense. This room of a somewhat questionable nature is the alchemist's study, in which the incident took place. The only ones present at the moment of the crime were the accused and the victim. No one else. Right, no one else. At least according to him. The witnesses who arrived at the scene seconds later have indicated where they found the accused and the victim. Very well. The sketch is accepted as evidence. Crime scene floor plan drawn by the court illustrator. The accused took Sir Layton's life with the most cruel of magic. A living man 1 second, a golden statue the next. Such wickedness. Magic that turns things into gold? Sure, why not? Several townspeople rushed to the room and paid witness to the horror of this magic. The accused has been captured and charged. Goodness, that is terrifying. Rumors have reached me that the victim was a most scintillating man. I'm not quite certain whether it was prior to or after. But incidentally, was this Sir Layton not the same hat maker who attended our previous trial? No, he wasn't a hat maker. Bizarre as it is, Sir Layton's profession and origin remain unknown. He was a stranger in this city. That is all we know. And you, sir, his acquaintance, you are an unusual presence in our city yourself. Today's case certainly is peculiar. And that is not without the last of peculiarities, my lord. The alchemist's study has been the scene of another strange incident in the past. Ah, yes. I remember it as if it were yesterday. The mysterious death of Lieutenant Belduke himself. Indeed, my lord. Regrettably, the only case of witchcraft still to remain unsolved in our fair city. The witch may have escaped her punishment back then. But perhaps today is the day on which both these mysterious crimes shall be solved. What are you insinuating? Are you insinuating the person that hasn't been here for like barely, well actually I guess maybe to them that she has been here for 5 years. Never mind. Despite them both being considered strangers to this town, they also probably still think of them as being residents for 5 years. But they don't think that there's anything wrong with that contradiction. Well, what are you implying? Patience. You will know soon enough, Sir Suddenly Pale Blue Knight. How interesting. It seems that the Inquisition has something up their sleeve. Now, Inquisitor Barnum, you may begin. Thank you, my lord. The Inquisition summons the witnesses to this malicious crime of witchcraft. If only I'd made it to the room sooner. Maybe I could have prevented all this from happening. I won't let Maya take the rap for this. I'll find every single crack in their testimony and prove it wasn't her. Welcome to the Witch's Court, honorable witnesses. Now, let us hear your names and occupations. I'm known far and wide as a mere punch-a-bug. I soon to be the new head of Punch-a-Bug's retail organization, Pro.
Hang on!
Wait a second. He looks familiar. Wait a minute, witness. What's that, Blue Squire? You're that guy from the previous trial. Just, what the heck's happened to you? You look like you've been on one of those Ultimate Makeover shows. Whatever do you mean? My name's Amir Punchbog. I soon to be the head of Punchbog's retail organization, Pro. What is the meaning of this, Inquisitor? I do not care to delve into this witness's personal affairs. Looks like he remembers him all too well. Witnesses, pray continue. Is it he's just drinking straight up poison or something? Oh, dearie me. It is I who usually ask the questions. I am, you see, but a humble teacher. Call me Miss Primstone. The children of Labyrinthia Primary School have the privilege of learning the truths about this world from me. An elementary school teacher, huh? Good to know at least one witness seems sensible. Oh no. The winds carry my song, it's birdly stringing along. Parrot and bard, ensemble avant-garde. My faithful muse here is Quacker the musical parrot. No one understands music like Quacker, aside from me, naturally. At least it's not another goat. Or another witness. What a smart bird. He just imitated that teacher perfectly. Wait, Luke? Oh, yeah, you know what? That makes sense. I kind of forgot he was in the room. I'm Luke Trident. My occupation is the professor's apprentice. Luke? Luke, but why? What are you doing there? I made up my mind. I'm doing this for the professor. A gentleman has to pursue the truth. But, Luke, that's where the Inquisition's witnesses stand. I'll never forgive that witch. I mean, his heart's in the right place. And we both know that he knows it's not Maya. So, I guess I kind of understand why he's there. It's a little dangerous. I mean, he could inadvertently help get Maya accused or convicted. The gentleman shouldn't glare at people as if he wants to hit them in the face. Luke! Your friend today can be your enemy tomorrow. Such is the hard reality of the battlefield. Witnesses, we will now hear your testimonies. Tell us all of this wicked incident which you haven't been unfortunate enough to witness. How am I feeling? I'm feeling alright. Better enough to be streaming something like this at least, or we'll see how it goes anyways. Last week was definitely not a good time for a stream like this, especially on Tuesday. Yeah, it was still pretty bad. But no, I'm okay now. Thanks for asking. We should be good to go for Layton again. What a scream and an incantation, and then when I entered the room, the victim was already all shiny. May have something caused discord between erstwhile friends. Mr. Silkhat had a knife at the ready in his hand. Victim of magic, sparkly and done for, I heard the staff fall on the floor. The professor must have seen through Miss Maya's deception and confronted her right there, face to face. Well, hey, see, at least we're living up to the versus part of the title of the game. I see. Thank you all. However, one part of the testimony was somewhat confusing. You there, Singer. Singer? Could you possibly mean me, Birdly the Bard, your excellence? Yes, that would be you, Singer. This staff that you said, sung about. It is as you suspect, my lord. This very witch's scepter. There are two different magic gems attached, meaning the perpetrator could have used two types of magic. Yeah, it would seem so. This gem here enables the use of a gold transmutation spell. Goldor. Goldor. Just the word alone makes the tiny hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Well, that's the one, all right. That's the dreadful incantation that I am mere Punchabog the First. Also heard. Oh, dearie me. I have seen that scepter, so I have. Clank tips over the golden man. The scepter falls. Not the witch's plan. How dare she do that to the professor? By the way, the witch's scepter was found on the floor near the victim. If you'll turn your attention to the sketch plans, it was located right here. A scepter dropped by the accused would naturally tumble to exactly that spot.
Objection!
Inquisitor Barnum, what you're saying amounts to nothing more than a baseless assumption. You are at edge today, Sir Blue Knight. Is it because your friend is on trial? Perhaps you had better cool yourself down. Well, anyway, the court accepts the scepter as evidence. Thank you, my lord. Magic scepter necessary for casting spells. Contains a golden and purple magic gem. Alright, so there's Goldor. Oh, we're not gonna get the purple spell yet? Okay. Yeah, the parrot's back. Well, it's a parrot. Weirdly enough, Phoenix has not yet mentioned or referenced the case with the parrot. He's just happy it's not a goat again. That's all. Inquisitor Barnum, may I ask you something? What is it now, Sir Blue Knight? We know that one of the gems is for the spell Goldor, but what about the other one? A naive question. Huh? Naivety may be no hindrance to a baker, but who spends most of his time amidst bread, but it can be your undoing here in court. Would a knight put a weapon in his enemy's hand? I mean, couldn't we just check it ourselves? He's telling me to do my homework, huh? Mr. Wright, I'll look for information about that magic gem in the Grand Grimoire. Thank you, Spella. That'd be great. Just leave it to me. She seems very happy to help. The defender may now interrogate the witnesses. Okay, let's figure this out here.
Hold it!
And, what is all this about exactly? What do you mean, Blue Squire? Your gaudy, colorful outfit. I mean, your attire was different last time. A little more modest. The Amir you knew back then is no more. I'm a new man now. We're born into the high echelons of society. Now he drinks out of a fancy glass instead of the tabard. What's he drinking? There's a skull and crossbones mark on that bottle. Enough idle chatter. The witness heard a scream and an incantation, is that correct? Well, that's right. It was just like what you said earlier, Inquisitor Barnum. It was the spell Goldor. But it was, without doubt, the voice of the accused that said it. However, it's rather peculiar. When I saw the accused and the victim together last time, they seemed to be on friendly terms. The next witness will dispel your doubts, my lord.
Hold it!
Are you saying you think they quarreled? The other day I saw you all together in this very court, and you were evidently friends. Well, yeah, that's true, but what's that got to do with... Now, everyone, listen carefully. No chatting in the back row. What I say now will be on the next exam. Miss Primstone's lesson number 5. Friendship leads to nothing but trouble. People would not break up and part their ways in anger if they did not become friends in the first place. The kids in our class must grow up to be model citizens. Oh, dearie, dearie me. What I saw in that room curdled the blood in my veins. Mr. Silkhat was pointing that glittering knife ever so threateningly. Oh?
Hang on!
Luke, I thought you were helping the prosecution here. Is everything okay, Luke? No, of course it's not okay. The professor was a true gentleman. And no gentleman would go around threatening people with knives. Couldn't agree more. Silly boy. I saw your professor pointing a knife. Are you insinuating that I am a liar, you cheeky little whippersnapper? The professor would never do that. You don't know him. At least Luke's found someone else to antagonize. Mr. Wright? What is it? I think there was some important information in Miss Primstone's testimony. Really? Oh, I'm sorry. It's not my place to say things like that. I didn't notice anything. What could that be? What was the spell about to say? Spell it. Why don't you tell us all about what you noticed? Oh, is that okay? It's just something I'd like to ask Miss Primstone about. Well, just go ahead and ask her. Excuse me, Miss Primstone. Do you mind if I ask you a question? Oh, it's you, Mrs. Spella Cantabella. Miss Primstone, did you actually see the knife that Mr. Layton was holding? I did, as a matter of fact, yes. I remember that glinting blade very well. A most frightening sight it was, too. And you saw that from the door, did you? Now, if we look at the sketch... When the incident took place, Mr. Layton must have been facing this way, correct? That must have been the case. Otherwise, the witness wouldn't have been able to see it. Well... That's all I wanted to ask. The more information we have, the better, right? The direction the professor was facing. That could be important. This information shall be added to the court record. I'm sorry I jumped in like that, but I really wanted to help. Not at all, Isabella. We're about to get some more info, which may just come in handy. You think so? Now then, the next witness shall continue with their testimony. Hold it! Stop your singing and testify properly this time. None of your riddles. Would you mind describing what you saw without singing about it? As you wish, my musically impaired friend. Simply put, when I entered the room, the victim was worth his weight in gold, for obvious reasons. He tipped over and fell heavily to the floor. The room became really silent. And then I heard that scepter tumbling across the floor. Wouldn't he be like 12 times his weight in gold because gold is like really dense or something like that?
Hang on!
Like, it's not like he would have lost density, it's just everything would have turned to gold, which would therefore make him denser. May I ask you something, Miss Primstone? Dearie me, oh dearie me. My dear, do not frighten me so. I feel like a schoolgirl caught napping during class. Miss Primstone, did you see the witch's scepter at the crime scene? Well, about that, I must confess, I do not clearly recall. You don't remember? When I went into the room, the golden man fell down and made quite the ruckus. That is why I did not notice a scepter being dropped. So you didn't see it after all? But I am certain that witch girl had it. She must have been hiding it behind her back.
Objection!
Please don't assume Maya's a witch just because she's been accused. Miss Primstone is certainly quick to make assumptions. I see. Now, we'd like to hear the next witness's testimony. This next witness is a bit problematic.
Hold it!
Speaking of making assumptions, Luke, open your eyes. Maya isn't a witch. Ever since we came to this town, lots of unbelievable things have happened. Well, that's why. From now on, I'll only believe what I see with my own eyes. Luke, when I went into that room, the only people I saw were the Professor and Maya. The Professor had been turned to gold, and Maya dropped that scepter. That's not true. What? Maya, I didn't have any scepter, and we weren't the only ones in that... Silence! The accused has no right to speak. Be silent, or you will face punishment. Dude, she's on trial, like on a death trial here. I don't think any punishment he could possibly inflict on her is gonna matter. We can end this trial immediately should you decide to feel talkative again. I'm sorry. Well, Luke, is that really the truth? Huh? Did you really see the scepter? I don't know. When the professor turned to gold and collapsed right in front of me, everything seemed to fade to black. But then, I could have sworn I at least heard Maya drop the scepter. The scepter was found at the scene of the crime. That is the unavoidable truth. Only the accused could have dropped it. This isn't looking good. I feel so sorry for Luke. He's so full of anger and despair that he can't think clearly. He said he can't forgive the witch. I understand how he feels. Anyway, I need to find a way to calm Luke down first of all. Okay, I'm thinking Luke might be the one here. Professor must have seen... No, okay, he doesn't talk about anything. Heard the staff fall on the floor. So everyone heard the staff fall, but we never saw the staff fall. No one ever saw it fall. What do we have for evidence here? We don't really have a whole lot here. The only thing that might actually... If the staff fell over there, I don't really believe Barnum when he says, like, that how could she have dropped it if she was standing there, but it somehow dropped all the way over there? That looks pretty far. I don't really know what that means for presentation here, but... Screaming an incantation, and when I entered the room, the victim was already all shiny. Okay, that kind of makes sense, because he did run in later. Silkhead had a knife at the ready in his hand. Do we have something to disprove that? Because I see no reason why he would have a knife in his hand. Because we definitely didn't see him have a knife, like at any point during that event. He was pointing his finger. Maybe she mistook that as a knife? But I'm not really sure how we prove that, is the problem. Okay. Sparkling Dunfoy heard the staff fall on the floor. That's like the only thing he's able to present. And he was able to hear the scream and incantation. He had a knife at the ready in his hand. It's the only thing that seems incorrect, but like, we don't have anything for that. And that's not going to give us anything. We can't, like, see the purple, right? No, we only have the 3 so far. She hasn't found the purple one yet. Transmutes the caster's target into gold. The spell will transmute the closest target within range. Okay. Doesn't really mean anything for us right now. Oh, well, okay, it is him. Right. I see what he's getting at here. No, it's him.
Objection!
Yeah. Luke, you said you only believe what you'll see with your own eyes. But what you think you saw may not have been the whole truth. Huh? What do you mean? Take a close look at the sketch of the crime scene. At the time of the incident, Professor Layton and Maya were standing here. Now, we have learned from Miss Primstone's testimony which way the professor was facing. He was facing this way. Oh. You have testified that the professor confronted Maya face to face. But looking at the sketch of where they were standing, one thing is clear. There is a contradiction in your testimony.
Objection!
Whether they were facing each other or not is of no relevance whatsoever. They were the only ones in that room. One was a victim, thus the other must be the witch.
Objection!
I will ask you to wait before jumping to conclusions, Inquisitor. Think back to Miss Primstone's testimony. She told us that the professor was pointing a knife at someone, threateningly. However, you can see in the sketch that he wasn't threatening Maya. So then, who is he pointing the knife at?
Hold it!
Luke, what is it? The professor would never point a knife at anyone. I was the one who opened the door to that room, so I was the first witness, and I saw no knife. Miss Primstone's testimony is not reliable. Oh, dearie me. Will you look at this child sputtering nonsense and talking badly of his elders? Inquisitor Barnum? Yes, my lord. It should pose no difficulty to verify whether or not the victim had a knife. After all, that sparkling golden body of his has been found at the scene of the crime, has it not? Indeed it has, my lord. Court attendants, you heard the judge. Bring the victim into the courtroom. Yeah, why wasn't the victim present on the court record at all? It seems like they're going to bring the golden statue. Professor. Look at that. Did it get damaged in transit? Professor! So this is the power of the gold transmutation spell. Most spectacular. It looks like a work of the finest artisans. I assure you it is by work of no artisans, my lord. By the way, the missing arm has not yet been found. What do you mean it hasn't been found? It was there at the crime scene. It like broke off and bounced on the floor. What do you mean you couldn't find it? I can't believe this. Professor! I suppose we should add the victim to the evidence. Or Professor who, while searching for evidence, became evidence. Professor Layton turns into gold through the spell Goldor. The right arm is missing. This is unfortunate. I thought the evidence would be as good as gold. But, although it technically is, we're still no closer to discerning whether or not the victim was holding a knife.
Hold it!
Let me speak, please. Maya. The professor didn't have a knife. And also, there was another person in that room. The real witch was there too. Please believe me. Accused, do I really need to warn you again? Inside the cage, you're to behave like a bird that has forgotten its song. Speak again and you shall be punished. Or you in particular hurry to taste the flames of justice, little bird?
Objection!
Stop berating my client. But it's true that someone else could have been at the crime scene. Look at the sketch. The victim was facing towards someone, and that person wasn't Maya. Sir Blue Knight, your ignorance is no longer even a surprise. Huh? You do not know what transpired at the crime scene. You think this man was pointing at another person, you say? Let me tell you this. Nearly everyone in this court other than you knows what Sir Hat was pointing at. What? Well, honorable witnesses, is that not so? Why, Emir Ponchambog the First? Will be some gossip and stories of the occult. Elusive like mist, the magical beast. Its chilling breath brings about death. Oh, dearie me. You could use some education, Blue Knight. I can offer you private tuition, but it will not come cheap. If the professor wasn't confronting Maya... Witnesses, you may now testify. Tell us all about this other presence at the crime scene. We all know what happened to that alchemist. So his case is no mystery. Same place, same magic trick. This time her luck ran out and she dropped that magic scepter. The truth obscured by a twisted ruse. The witch couldn't vanish, but did confuse. What happened because the professor unraveled the mystery behind all those witches? Same magic trick was used. They're referring to an incident from 3 months ago. Much like this incident, a man lost his life to witchcraft in that very room. It was the master of that residence, Sir Newton Belduke, the alchemist. He suffered death by strangulation. Finger marks were left on his neck. He had locked himself in his study and the key was still in his pocket. In other words, no one could have entered that room. The perpetrator disappeared from a locked room, just like in this case. A large amount of powdered medicine was spilt all over the floor. Powdered medicine? Sir Belduke was an alchemist. He possessed various medicinal concoctions. Due to the presence of that powder, had anyone entered that room, clear footprints would have remained. Yet there were none. What's the kind of mystery that the professor would have loved to solve? Thus there were two unnatural circumstances to Belduke's death. The culprit's disappearance from a locked room, and the fact that they appeared to not have walked on the floor. It's almost as if they flew away. In other words, It couldn't have been the Demir magic that was used in my case the other day. Seems like the killer levitated above the floor, strangled Belduke, and vanished into thin air. But what does that have to do with this trial? It has been 3 months since that murder. Despite that, we still haven't been able to find the witch responsible. But now, having eluded us for so long, that witch is finally brought before this court. We will have justice. What? No way. Now he thinks Maya killed the alchemist too. We weren't even here back then. But it's not like I can explain that to him. Well then, why don't you interrogate the witnesses? Now that you are aware of the connection between the two murders.
Objection!
You can't be serious. 3 months ago we weren't even... Defender, you may interrogate the witnesses. May their testimonies lead us to the truth.
Hold it!
You're talking about Mr. Belduke's murder, which took place in our locked room? Yeah, a real shocker, alright. Everyone was talking about it. People don't say this out loud, but, you know, eh? You're thinking it too, eh? I don't have the faintest idea what you're talking about. Ain't it clear as day? He was an alchemist. An alchemist! Alchemy's just like magic, ain't it? Sir Belduke was a man. Only a woman can be a witch. What's more, witchcraft has nothing to do with alchemy. They're different. Somehow. Alchemy is the mysterious art of manipulating the forces of nature. Or so it is said. Yeah, that's called chemistry. Well, that sounds a lot like magic to me. Alchemy's incomprehensible. Simple. To regular people. It's not magic, really. And you know, a couple of days before the witch got him, there was that lightning that struck. Lightning? Glad you're asking, because I feel like telling that one. All of a sudden, like a bolt from the blue sky, there was this bolt from the sky. Only it wasn't blue. The sky lit up and turned blood red. And then out of nowhere, an old-looking bell tower appeared in a burst of flames. Makes it realize Mother Nature's pretty powerful stuff, eh? You're straight off the topic at hand, witness. This is a courthouse, not an inn. Save your thrilling stories for later.
Hold it!
Would you care to elaborate on that, Miss Brimstone? You could say I'm a scholar, and my knowledge is vast and diverse. I know a thing or two about witchcraft. Therefore, I have a very good idea on the type of magic that must have been used this time. The magic behind this mysterious figure that appeared out of nowhere, glided through the air and vanished after making the kill? Indeed, yes. And that witch's scepter confirms my theory. A brilliant deduction. I am honored to have studied under an excellent teacher such as yourself, Miss Brimstone. She was his teacher? Actually, I guess that kind of explains a lot. Occult crime analysts have arrived at the same conclusion. Mr. Wright, I found it. The page about the purple magic gem. The spell's called Familia. Familia? What does it do? The spell Familia, bounded with this purple gem, is used to summon a familiar. Familiars appear out of nowhere, glide through the air, and vanish when their task is accomplished. They're evil, bloodthirsty spirits used by witches to perform outrageous crimes. Evil spirits? Are you saying that the witch used a familiar to... Wait a second. Maya knows how to do that. Sort of. I guess it was her after all. It was a familiar that took Sir Belduke's life, but now it has appeared again. Sir Silkhat was probably trying to ward off the evil spirit with his knife. What good is a knife against an occult creature? It completed the task given to it by the witch and promptly vanished. Thus, bringing us to the conclusion that Sir Belduke and Sir Silkhat were both killed by the same witch. Well, that doesn't prove it's the same person. That just proves that they both use the same spell. Means nothing else.
What an unexpected turn of events. The two incidents have been shown to be connected, due to the same witch's scepter having been used in both cases.
Why are we just assuming it's the same scepter and the same person? Summons forth a magical familiar from the shadows. Although it possesses a physical form, it is completely weightless.
Oh, this is terrible. Now Maya is accused of 2 murders. Oh, dearie me. I was right, as always. This gruesome murder will be in the next exam. Make sure to take notes. Now, I shall divulge what really happened.
We are all ears, Miss Brimstone.
Hold it!
Did you actually see the familiar?
Oh, dearie me. No, I did not. When that boy opened the door, the familiar had just disappeared. Had the boy opened the door sooner, no doubt we would have all seen it. If he were my student, I would have made sure to teach him not to dilly-dally.
Hang on!
Damn, she's just really laying into Luke here. Is everything alright, Luke? You seem to be in deep thought about something.
No, it's not alright at all.
Is there something in Miss Brimstone's testimony that you'd like to comment on?
That's what I keep telling you. The professor would never point a knife at anyone. Dearie me, what an imprudent child. I'm telling you, I saw a knife. I distinctly saw the glint of a sharp blade.
Objection!
At any rate, as we can see now, the victim's arm is missing. As such, there's no proof that he had a knife.
Objection!
That is but a mere detail. It matters not.
A mere detail matters not.
Oh my.
Anyhow,
I wonder, where could that missing arm be? Yeah, that ought to be looked into.
Hang on!
oh, don't tell me he pilfered the arm. Mister, do you have something you'd like to share with us? Mr. Amir.
Was Mr. Emil Ponchabog the first to you, Bluey? Oh, I see you ought to show some respect for a future man of wealth such as me.
You seem to be looking ahead to a future full of newly gained riches.
I can look wherever I bleedin' please. Well, anyway, what are you looking at me like that? Well, I don't know about that golden bloke's right arm.
Excuse me, Mr. Wright.
What is it, Isabella?
I may be wrong, but there's something about that man. Wouldn't you say he looks, suspicious?
It's not just you. Everything about him is so shady it makes me want to double check my pockets. Mr. Amir, stop pretending you don't know anything about the victim's missing arm.
Pretending? I told you I know nothing. Nada. Zero. Nil. Well, I ain't seen it, or heard about it, or put it in me pocket.
How did you put it in your pocket? Put it in your pocket?
It wasn't me, honest. Seriously, I got nothing to do with it.
Objection! Mia! You lying, cheating, good for nothing! You tried to deceive me!
Uh-oh. Is this another witness I smell?
Order! Order! Who is that person?
Yeah, it's another witness.
You want to know who I am? I'm Prince the Pawnbroker. Well, this man is a shameless cheating bum. He had the nerve to lie to me. What did he lie to you about? Well, I'll tell you. On the day of the crime, Emir came to my shop. He waltzed up to me saying he got his hands on a superb work of art. Where's the gold dust?
I think I know where this is going.
That work of art. Could it be? I've got it right here.
Just like I thought.
That's... Oh my.
Professor!
It's the professor's right arm.
What happened to Miss Brimstone? And Bartley?
It's pure gold. Exquisitely crafted. It was entitled, Towards Tomorrow. Or something like that. I never seen a piece of gold so fine before. And so suspecting nothing, I paid that rascal a rather handsome sum. Who would have thought? And what am I hearing now? Well, it was a human arm, no less. You saw a monster. You're as bad as a witch as familiar yourself. Oh, I didn't know it was an arm, I swear. When I saw it, it was already like that.
What do you mean?
Oh, I was lost to the scene. It caught me eye right away. That golden arm pointing up at the ceiling with such optimism and authority. Oh, I thought, well, it looks like it's showing me the way to a better, brighter, richer tomorrow. To me, it was a work of art. A precious one at that. And then it found its way into your pocket and you pawned it.
You mounted it on a crude stand, gave it a tawdry title, and passed it off as some kind of a sculpture. Don't try and look away from the truth now.
Darn it! I can look wherever I damn please. I'll look away from the facts and forward to the future. Always look on the bright side. That's a mere punch bog's motto.
How did they put it back on?
Where were we now? Ah, yes. The victim's arm has now been successfully reattached by one of our masterful craftsmen. Knights of the court, you may resume the Inquisition.
At least one thing's clear now. As everyone can see, the victim definitely wasn't holding a knife.
Oh, dearie me. It seems I may have been mistaken after all. When you think about it, the victim had already been turned to gold when we entered the room.
According to the witnesses' testimonies, that was the case, yes.
Well then, I'm sure you'll concede that it was easy to mistake that glittering pointing finger for a knife.
Indeed, the victim's finger has a glint to it resembling that of a sword's edge.
Such a sense of power and intensity. It's enough to send a shiver down the spine of anyone being pointed at.
No puzzle is a match for the power of the professor's pointing finger.
I guess no one remembers I'm known for pointing like that, too.
I think your pointing finger makes quite an impression too, Mr. Wright.
She's just taking pity on me. Is that all you had to say, Sir Blue Knight? Huh? As I said before, whether the victim had a knife or not is completely irrelevant.
Yeah, what he said. You'd better apologize to me now. Badgering me for no reason like that.
Is that all there is to it? Or could that arm hold some other clues?
We've come this far. Maybe there's something else you could ask about.
She's right. I need to ask some more questions. Well then, Mr. Amir, perhaps you could tell me one more thing about this arm. Yeah, where was it lying? You found the arm on the floor, pointing upwards, you said.
Yeah, I did. Finders keepers, I say. It was pointed straight up at the ceiling.
The arm somehow happened to fall down in such a way that landed upright. What are the odds of that? Actually, that reminds me of a puzzle. Now, if you could just show us on this floor plan here, I'd like to know the exact spot where you found the victim's arm.
Sure, I remember that well. It was, right there.
Yes.
That's where you would expect it to have fallen.
Now, if that's where it was, then something's definitely not right. If you keep looking at that sketch so intensely, she'll burn a hole in it. Or perhaps you're going to claim that there's a contradiction in it somewhere. This arm is the final clue left by the professor. Even after turning to gold, he was pointing out something important. Namely, the key to solving this case. Okay, let me save here first.
Well, Defender, do you see any problems in the location as marked on the sketch?
Well, I guess apparently there is a problem, so let's take a look. Of course there's a problem.
And what would that be precisely?
The Professor's arm has armed me with some vital evidence. Its location leads to a huge contradiction.
In that case, why don't you enlighten us and show us this so-called contradiction? What contradiction does the victim's arm create?
Is it the location of the staff? Because, like, the only thing I'm thinking of at the moment is that the order of events is not what we understand. Because in order for this staff to have fallen there, and for this to be pointing straight up, then that means the staff would have had to fall, like, assuming Maya did it, the staff would have had to fall in first, and then Layton would have had to fall over. Right? Because the only other thing I guess that might be the case is maybe Layton wasn't pointing the way that everyone says he was pointing. But we're not, we don't seem to be arguing that now because there's no way to indicate that he was, like, the direction he's facing in this instance of the picture. Like, it just shows his location. So I guess his position's probably fine. I'm thinking the staff is what's incorrect. Because, like, if the staff fell second, you would think it might have knocked over the arm, too. I'm gonna say it's the staff.
Got it!
The contradiction is right here.
And this is the witch's scepter.
Let's go over the order of events, as per the witnesses' testimonies. First, the witch cast a spell on the professor, turning him to gold. When all of you rushed to the crime scene, that golden statue fell down, making a loud noise. Next, the witch dropped the scepter.
What are you getting at, Sir Blue Knight?
All witnesses agreed with this order of events. Yeah, and that's the problem. That's right, they all agree that's how it happened. But then there's the arm. Well, what about it? Spit it out. Let's assume that Maya was the witch. Now, look at the sketch again. The witch dropped the scepter after having turned the professor into gold. The scepter tumbled along the floor and was found here, as asserted by the prosecution. However, that would be impossible. There's no way it could have been there.
Oh, I see it now.
The arm. It was... I'm glad you seem to have noticed. The victim's arm was on the floor right here, standing on its end. Therefore, the scepter couldn't possibly have fallen that way. Ergo, it couldn't have been the defendant who dropped the scepter. In other words, Maya is not a witch. Now, I get where he's coming from, and I appreciate it, but I feel like it might be a little early to jump to that conclusion.
Order! 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 How can this be? The Inquisition's reason has been proven invalid through just one single piece of unusual evidence.
Call it Layton's magical touch. The professor sacrificed his arm to leave us just the evidence we needed to turn this thing around.
That was amazing, Mr. Wright. Professor.
Objection!
Alright, what are you gonna counter with?
An admirable deduction, Sir Blue Knight, that I cannot deny. Even if we are to assume that your reasoning is correct and that girl in the cage is not a witch. Even if? In the many trials that I have attended, I have become well versed in certain aspects of magic. I am all too aware of its potential to confuse people, befuddle their minds, and make their memories hazy. No one can resist such a maddening influence.
What are you trying to say, Inquisitor? The scepter could not have tumbled across the floor if the arm were in its way. However, can we be sure that this is where the arm was? Are all of the witnesses able to confirm its location at the time?
Objection!
We've already had this say several times now. They agreed that the scepter fell after the victim fell over.
Objection!
And yet, no one was actually saw the scepter being dropped. Witnesses, think back to that incident once more. Did the golden statue fall over first, or did the staff fall before it? Think carefully about what you have seen and heard. Everything hinges on your testimonies. May your words guide us to the truth and decide the fate of this caged witch. Did they just, like, teleport or something? Why are they in different positions?
I was about to get ready to leave, but it seems there is still need for questioning. Testify once more, witnesses. Tell us of the golden statue and the Telea Magica.
I was only focusing on the professor, so I don't remember much else.
I don't know. I got there last. Besides, my thing was glinting and glittering away, so I couldn't see much else.
Bewitched by love, or beloved by which? The poor cove knows not which is which. Dearie me, I remember. How obvious it seems now. The staff was dropped before the statue fell over.
Oh, wait a minute. What you all said just now is totally different from your previous testimonies.
Sir Blue Knight, you're starting to notice it now, aren't you? That is a way of magic. Such is the effect this black art tends to leave upon those who witness it. The witnesses are not lying, but simply having trouble remembering the truth.
What a convenient excuse. Confronted with magic, their brains turn to mush, huh?
Ever since our ancestors drank from the fountains of wisdom and obtained the capacity for reason, witchcraft has been the one thing to remain incomprehensible, even to the most intelligent of us.
Nevertheless, the onus is on us to stand up against magic and pass judgment on the witches. And so, here we are, doing battle with the weapons of the wise. Words. With words, we shall pass judgment upon this supposed witch.
Defender, you may begin your interrogation and help us arrive at the truth.
Hold it!
Luke, you said before that you heard the scepter fall to the floor, and that was after the professor fell over.
I thought so. I thought so before, but now... The more I think about it, the less certain I am that I actually heard it. How could I have been paying attention to anything else when the professor was... when he was... My memories of everything else are too fuzzy.
I guess Luke was too shocked to take in his surroundings and notice anything else. I doubt I'll get any more information from him for now. I'm sorry, Luke. I understand how hard this is for you. Let's move on to the next witness.
Hold it!
And that thing would be...
We almost that shiny gent next to you, Bluey.
Ugh. Or Professor Layton. More valued now than ever before. And you didn't notice the scepter on the floor?
You know, I wasn't even looking at the floor. My eyes were kinda glued to me to my new source of income. If anything, I may have looked up at the ceiling, since that's where it was pointing. Finders keepers, eh? Into me pocket it went.
Someone arrest this guy, please.
Hold it!
Would you mind translating your song into plain speech?
I shall simplify it once more for you, just for you, esteemed knight of the court. First of all, let's talk about love. It's a pretty neat slant rhyme for cove. A cove is a slang for chap, you see. Then we have the word witch and its homophone witch. Right. Next, we have delightful consonants of beloved and witched. Bewitched. It is ultimately a song about confusion. I'm confused. To be honest, there's nothing more to it. It is merely an artistic expression of my feelings. So it's got nothing to do with this case, does it? I am well of melodious words and poetic music. That is my only claim.
No way!
Hang on!
We're questioning the parrot? Luke, would you like to say something?
Oh, sorry. I guess I spaced out a bit. What is it, Mr. Wright?
You seem to be thinking pretty hard about something during Mr. Birdley's song testimony just now. Is there something you would like to share with us?
Well, I've been thinking about what Mr. Barnum had said a while ago.
What was that exactly?
The humans who witness magic become confused and lose sight of what's real. And they end up not knowing what actually happened. Well, I was thinking Mr. Barnum might be right. And then it occurred to me that there might be a way. I mean, we do have with us a witness who isn't human.
Oh no! This situation seems oddly familiar.
I asked him earlier if he remembers the events clearly or not. He said he has a memory better than an elephant and remembers everything perfectly.
That's right. I almost forgot. Luke can talk to animals.
Mr. Wright, I know it sounds crazy, but please let me try. Let me ask Cracker to testify.
Should I? I'm stuck now anyway, and the witnesses' testimonies are all over the place. New testimony would be a wild card, but it might be just the thing to turn this trial on its head. But it's a crazy idea, alright. If I make a mistake now, it'll put me in a tight spot.
Defender, are you still with us? This is not the time or place to be daydreaming. What do you intend to do?
It looks as though you've exhausted all means for a counterattack, Sir Knight in Blue. Is it not time you dropped your sword?
If you have no further questions for the witnesses, Defender, I will consider your interrogation finished. What will it be then? Are we finished here?
I've got zero time to think it over. Better make a choice now. Should I summon the parrot as a witness? Your Honor, the defense would like to summon a new witness.
A new witness, you say? Who do you have in mind?
It's a witness you all know, by the name of Mr. Cracker.
Mr. Cracker?
I know of no man by that name.
Mr. Cracker.
The defense summons its new witness, Mr. Cracker the parrot.
A parrot is a witness.
Objection!
This is the witch's court. Joking around would be considered contempt of court.
Objection!
Mr. Cracker witnessed the crime. He saw it happen. And he heard it too. He's as valid a witness as the others.
Objection!
No, no, no. That bird is nothing but a pet animal. Referring to it as Mr. will not change that.
Objection!
Humans are confused by magic to the extent that they lose sight of what's real. That's what you yourself said, Inquisitor Zacharias Barnum.
Objection!
Calling me by my full name does not help justify such brash foolishness. The Inquisition is against interrogating a parrot. By the way, kind sirs, I suppose you should know that my dear companion never forgets a sound he hears. He remembers everything he hears, huh? Well, it's definitely worth asking Cracker to testify. The court sees the situation as follows. The witnesses' testimonies do not hold together. In fact, they are as erratic as the bard's songs. I cannot see this trial getting any more confusing. Very well. The defense may summon this avian witness. Can you believe it? What's up with that Mr. Blue suit? Summon a parrot as a witness. Summoning? Do you mean like how the familiar was summoned?
By hook or by crook, I'll do whatever I can to save Maya. Be it summoning a parrot or a familiar, whatever it takes. Within the boundaries of the law, of course. Alright. Witness, state your name and... Not so fast. I hardly even know where to begin, but... First of all... What's the matter with that boy looking so pleased with himself? He looks like the cat that got cream.
That'd be me, wouldn't it? Don't mind me, just think of me as a perch for Cracker, that's all. And just what is the purpose of questioning a bird? A parrot may be able to repeat what others say, but it cannot talk on its own.
Objection!
It's precisely because Cracker doesn't talk in his own words that he's certain to tell us the truth.
What?
Cracker remembers every sound he hears, even just the once, with absolute perfection. So let's have him testify exactly what he heard.
And if Cracker can repeat every sound, I'd say this should be a valuable testimony. I cannot believe this is happening.
A witness that cannot talk will not lie either. This idea is much to my liking. Well then, may our new witness Cracker testify to the court. We wish to know exactly what you heard from the beginning of the incident.
Well, hopefully this goes better than last time.
Objection!
What's this now? Why, those are the sounds of the incident. Exactly as Cracker heard them. Ludicrous. Evidently, this is nothing but a farce after all. What do you mean, Inquisitor Barnum? I must admit I found the parrot's testimony quite impressive.
Even if that bird can accurately recall the sounds,
it is clearly useless when it comes to the order of events.
you mean there's a problem with the order?
First, the witch used magic to turn the victim into gold. Then the witnesses arrived. It is reasonable to assume that they cried out in terror when they did so. And yet this testimony does not accurately convey such an order of events. It starts with a sudden scream, followed by the door abruptly opening.
Is the slam something people use to describe a door opening? Because I only associate that with doors closing.
And then a witness cried out. Next, we hear the victim, having turned into gold, falling down. So far, so reasonable. But then the real issue is as follows. The parrot seems to think the witch cast her spell after the witnesses entered. Such a suggestion is inconceivable. The reason is simple. At that time, the victim had already been turned to gold. Ah. Indeed, it is as you say, Inquisitor Barnum. The parrot's capacity for imitation is excellent. I will concede that its testimony does have some entertainment value. However, this animal's testimony cannot be allowed to stand as proof in this honorable court of law.
On the contrary, maybe this is the actual proof we need. Wasn't it Barnum himself that agreed that the witnesses don't really make any sense. Actually, that was the judge that said that.
Don't write Cracker off just like that. Do you now see how foolish you were to summon this parrot as a witness?
Ugh. Not good, Phoenix. Not good at all. Should I really go through with this cross-examination when it feels like everyone in this court is against me? Nah, we're fucking doing it. Isn't this the same doubt he had last time he had to interrogate a parrot? The defense wishes to cross-examine the witness.
What? Are you serious? Did you not hear what I said? Are you choosing to ignore my words?
A witness that cannot talk cannot lie either. This parrot's testimony is the naked truth. He's simply repeating the sounds as he heard them. It's humans who make assumptions about the meaning of those sounds and arbitrarily decide whether testimony is good or not. But, as knights of the court, shouldn't we be striving to uncover the truth to which this parrot holds the key?
The truth, you say?
Very well. Show us the truth that this bird purportedly knows. Interrogate that parrot. Meanwhile, I shall enjoy the show.
Will you do it, Mr. Wright?
Ugh. You think it's hopeless?
Defender, you may interrogate the witness.
I'm gonna press the parrot on everything. Squeeze that information out of him. That's Maya screaming. Oh, yeah. I may have let out a teeny scream. I was so horrified when the professor suddenly turned into gold like that. Right before my eyes. So that's when...
The accused seems to yearn for the flame so much that she cannot wait to receive her punishment. If she wishes to live any longer, she would be wise to remain silent.
I'm really sorry. I won't talk again, I promise.
Unfortunately for you, Sir Blue Knight, there is no way you can prove that it was the voice of the accused.
Objection!
You're wrong, Inquisitor. All we need to do is have her voice print analyzed and we'll know straight away. Oh, wait.
Analyze what? A voice print?
It's nothing. Just forget what I said. We never had to do that in the games. We didn't ever, like, analyze voice? The first thing he jumps to is, like, a voice print. Meanwhile, like, whenever fingerprints come up, so he's clueless as ever. I've never even heard of analyzing a voice print for a crime.
Well then, you may carry on with the interrogation.
Hold it!
Was that the sound of a door being opened?
La, 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 la. Hang on!
Excuse me, Mr. Birdley?
How may I help you, sir?
I'd been meaning to ask this before, but why are you still on the witness stand?
Are you suggesting I should leave my dear partner alone with strangers who cannot even sing?
Huh?
The very sight of Cracker causes the furnace of songs to effortlessly form in my mind. Stilton, cheddar, or smoked cheese, I like my crackers with any of these. That was the Cracker song. Is it not crisp and full of flavor?
Right. Anyway, would you mind remaining quiet for the rest of Cracker's cross-examination?
I suddenly got the munchies. Continue the interrogation.
Okay. I would like to press that again, now that Birdley's been instructed to shut the fuck up.
We seems to be saying, don't ask me, mate.
Okay, never mind.
Defender, this is getting us nowhere.
It would seem so, Your Honor. Yeah, I can see that myself.
By the way, I was the one who opened the door. I was worried about the professor, so I barged right into the room. Poor Luke.
Hold it!
Okay, well, we all know who that is. I think we can all agree that this sounds like Miss Primrose, right?
When we entered the room, we all kind of reacted in surprise.
Yeah, I thought I told you to be quiet, but fine. Mr. Burley, can I ask you something?
So many questions for Birdley the Bard, but most of them I shall disregard. I have felt your keen gaze upon me for a while now. You can't help admiring me, can you?
The statement you heard earlier, was there anything you'd like to comment on?
I wonder if there was. My peerless companion, what do you think?
Hang on, hang on, hang on.
Oh, Mr. Wright, he's imitating you perfectly. How adorable.
I can't say I share your love for the bird, Espella. Feels like he's mocking me.
Carry on with the interrogation.
Hold it!
That must be sound of the professor falling over, I guess.
Professor.
Holy shit! We told you to refrain from talking during the interrogation. And you just can't be quiet at all. Mr. Burley, can I ask you something? He's just... okay. Alright, fine. He's interjecting on every single one of these, but every single time he's like, nah, I got nothing. Okay, I'm pressing this again. And we're just gonna ignore it this time. I guess I better not pursue this one.
Luke, you poor thing.
Not that it's been any better otherwise. Okay, this is the one. That's the magic incantation, isn't it?
Objection!
Preposterous. At this stage, the victim was already on the floor. The transmutation spell had to have been used much earlier than that.
I wonder. Luke, what about you? Did you hear the incantation too? Fine. I'll question you again. Luke's not being very cooperative right now. Mr. Burley, can I ask you something? And then you just don't want to answer at all. You just want to sit here and play music.
I have felt your keen gaze upon me for a while now. You can't help admiring me, can you?
The statement you heard earlier, was there anything you'd like to comment on?
I wonder if there was. My peerless companion, what do you think?
Yeah, I didn't think so. Alright, well, I think I have an idea of what we want to go for here. That's not what I meant to do. I mashed A too many times. Okay, there's Clang. Okay, I did it again. I gotta stop doing that. Third time's the charm. Okay, I'm gonna do it very slowly. Alright, we got the ah. We got the slam. We got the dearie dearie me. We got the clang. This is where I want to present. Thank you, bird. Give me the grimoire. Give me the gold spell.
Objection!
There we go. There's a critical contradiction in this testimony.
We are all aware of that, Sir Blue Knight. This contradiction is between your so-called desire to find the truth and the fact that you're interrogating a parrot.
Have I ever told you about the time I interrogated a different parrot? And how I was actually a key witness? That's not what I'm talking about, Inquisitor. There's a contradiction here that makes one thing particularly clear. The fact that we have clearly all made a wrong assumption.
How so?
Luke, can you ask Cracker to repeat the incantation once more?
Right you are. Go there! Go there!
Godor. According to the Grand Grimoire, the name of this gold transmutation spell is Goldor. Now, Inquisitor, it would seem to me that the spell we've just heard is in fact a different one entirely.
Well, I never. Unbelievable. Goldor and Godor.
This is ridiculous. That wretched bird must have misheard the incantation. Cracker is able to imitate sounds perfectly. The incantation was indeed misheard, but only by the people hearing it. The victim was already found in his golden state. That is proof enough that the Goldor spell was used. But you're forgetting that Cracker heard this incantation after the spell had already taken place. Which makes it entirely possible that Odor spell was used as well. In other words, another spell besides the gold transmutation magic must also have been used.
Another spell that we haven't yet considered.
Maybe it wasn't even Hodor, maybe it was like Mordor or something. Maybe whoever said it was just like a really big Lord of the Rings fan. Now, the next question that needs to be asked is, just what is this Godor spell?
Utter foolishness. This is absurd.
As convenient as it would be for you, there is no way a spell by the name of Godor exists.
Oh, Mr. Wright.
Huh? What is it?
I found it. The page about the spell, Godor. It's listed in the Grand Grimoire. Right here.
It exists?
What?
Preposterous! This spell can't exist. Oh, we found it right here. Wow, would you look at that? I guess it does exist.
Order! Order! I demand order!
Just like I thought. Cracker remembered it exactly.
But then, what kind of magic is this Godor?
Well, my lord, the Grand Grimoire describes it in the following way. Godor creates a portal on two sides of the green-colored walls. The portal will disappear after 5 minutes.
Why is it so specific? Why is the wall gotta be green? Like, what if it was like red or yellow? Does the spell just fail? How does it know what wall is green? This is some Green Lantern logic bullshit. Oh, I can do whatever I want. I got these like crazy godlike conjuration powers, but if someone points wood at me or the color yellow, I'm useless.
Creates a portal
On green-colored walls.
A portal spell.
Creates a portal on two sides of green-colored walls. The portal will disappear after 5 minutes. And just how green does the wall have to be here? Like give me some RGB values that I can work with.
Aren't you a lucky man? It appears even the Grand Grimoire is on your side. However, there's a fatal flaw in your explanation.
Huh?
What flaw is that, Inquisitor?
It is really quite simple. Think back to how the alchemist study looked at the time of the incident. Do you remember any green walls? Because I do not.
There were none.
All the walls were coated with white plaster. In other words, it was impossible to use Godor in that room.
I too have visited that alchemist study since the incident. I remember very well that all the walls in that room were a dull shade of white.
Your little theory was interesting, Sir Knight in Blue, but it has proven to be nothing more than that, a mere wild guess. As long as you cannot prove that this Godor spell is used, your little theory should be considered no further.
In all honesty, I was very surprised to learn of such a spell's existence. However, as long as it was impossible to have used this spell at the crime scene, your deduction leads us nowhere. So let me ask you now.
Yes, Your Honor?
Do you, perchance, have any proof that you could show us? Can you prove that it was feasible for the witch to have used Godor in that room?
This is no coincidence. That spell must have been used at the crime scene. Do I have the proof that it was possible to use Godor? Naturally, I have proof. It's been on my mind for a while. That inexplicable mark. It has to be the evidence that ties up all the loose ends. The defense wishes to present evidence.
Impossible. The determination in your eyes has made you think you would. Now then, we shall allow the defense to present its evidence to the court. Present the proof that the spell Godor was used at the scene of the crime.
Take that!
Well, it's natural, really. I mean, there was green in the room. The walls in the study are coated with white plaster. Not all of them, though. There is just one spot, which is green.
Oh, there it is.
I noticed it when investigating the crime scene. You may recall that there was a small painting behind the desk. And for some reason, the wall behind it was painted green.
It was what? I recall seeing that painting myself too. If we look at this floor plan, I'd say it was around here.
Mr. Wright, I'll mark it on the floor plan.
It's been bothering me since I saw it. But now it's clear what it was. At the time of the incident, a portal opened up behind that painting. In other words, that was the wall utilized for the spell Godor.
Objection!
You're certainly persistent. You just want a portal to be there so much, don't you?
I too make careful note of the colors of the walls. I mean, okay, I get what you're saying, but like in this case, it was kind of suspicious. I think I too would also think it's suspicious that there is a painting covering the one specific spot of the wall that's green. Like, even if it ended up never being relevant to any case ever, I would still wonder why there's just like a green splotch of wall on a wall that's like otherwise white, but then it's being covered up by a painting. Like, what are you hiding there? Why is this one spot green? Did you just like start painting and then give up like not even a tenth of the way through? You just change your mind? It's like, oh shit, I don't want this wall to be green. What the fuck am I doing? Like, why would you paint something a color and then immediately cover it up with like a small, like, it didn't even look like that big of a painting. It looked pretty tiny. That wall behind the painting was green, and that's a fact.
Incidentally, I remember that painting well. It was a small landscape piece. About the size of, say, an open Grand Grimoire. Yes, it was about that size indeed. A small, adorable picture. Even if a portal had been open that small patch of green, no person would be able to pass through it. In fact, they'd just be able to put their arm through it the most. Like, maybe an arm that's, say, holding a staff with magic gems in it? So will you please explain how a witch could possibly have escaped through a portal this small?
He's right, Mr. Wright. No one could have gone through a portal that small.
Have you anything to say? Or are you so crushed by the realization of your mistake that words fail you?
The portal is too small for a person. It doesn't require much thinking to figure that out. But that aside, a very obvious question remains. If it wasn't a human, then what could have passed through that portal?
You have put an interesting spin on things. Why don't you answer your own question? You talk as if you know everything, so please, enlighten us.
A small portal was opened in the wall at the crime scene. And I have all the clues as to what that could mean. What went through the portal was... a small animal. We don't know of any animals going through the wall. Do we? Wait. We do know of one animal, but no, I refuse to believe. I don't think it's even in the profiles. The bird's not... Okay, the bird is here, actually. No, we're gonna go with the more obvious thing here. We're gonna go with something else. I swear to fucking God, if the parrot is a familiar and that Bardley is actually a witch, no human could have passed through a portal that small. Even a witch could have pulled that off. Well, I mean, maybe he could have. Maybe we know a shrinking spell or something. I don't know. So you're finally forsaking your mistaken assumptions. I haven't finished, Inquisitor. The fact remains that something else could have passed through the portal. Oh? And just what would that be, Sir Blue Knight? The portal was created after the professor had been turned into gold. The witch had a good reason behind that. She must have had to move something through that portal. You've captured my curiosity. Well, I'd like to know what that passed through that portal. Tell us, what did the witch use that magic portal for?
Take that!
Considering the state of the crime scene, there's just one possible answer. And that is the Telea Magica.
Objection!
What? What's this now? The Telea Magica was found at the crime scene. The portal has nothing to do with it.
Objection!
Inquisitor Barnum, you're making the wrong assumption. Wrong assumption. The witch wasn't trying to remove evidence from the crime scene. She wanted to plant it. She threw the witch's scepter into the room through that portal.
Objection!
You and your crazy theories. Do you even realize what you're saying? If she threw the staff into the room, that means... Exactly. She did it to deceive us. Her goal was to make us draw the wrong conclusions. When the incident took place, the witch herself wasn't in the room. She cast the spell from the outside. What? Yeah, all she'd need to do is like open the portal and look through, right? Order! Order! Order, I say! And that's not all. There's even more proof that the staff was thrown into the room from the outside. What proof? That proof is none other than Professor Layton's previously severed right arm. The victim's arm? How does that prove anything? None of the witnesses have testified they saw the witch's scepter. However, a few of them claim to have heard it rattling across the floor. That's right. Please take a look at this floor plan. Since the arm was standing upright here, we know the defendant couldn't have been the one to have dropped the scepter. Now, think about it. Where would you need to drop the scepter from in order for it to end up here? Oh. That's right. The scepter could only have come from the small portal created by the spell Godor. This is most unexpected. The witch wasn't in the room when the crime occurred. Or, at least, that's the defense's claim. It's the only explanation that it's the only thing that explains all the contradictions we run into. Sir Blue Knight, with that imagination of yours, you could aspire to write fantasy stories. A nice try, I admit. However, this line of assertion is futile. There's a glaring contradiction in your words. Another contradiction. Whatever are you referring to, Inquisitor Barnum? This is the Telea Magica that was used in the incident. As we have established, there are two magic gems in it. One for the gold transmutation spell, Goldor, and then one for the shadow familiar spell, Familia. A witch in possession of this staff would not have been able to cast Godor. Shit. He's right. Godor's a green spell. Yes, you're absolutely right. But you can't write off all the evidence supporting my theory as mere coincidence. Why must your argument always be followed by a but? What I'm getting at is, this Telea Magica is not genuine. Oh, is that where we're going with this?
Not genuine?
That's right. And naturally, the one responsible for this deception is the real culprit of the crime.
Enough of the suspense. It's too much for a man of my age. The defense shall reveal what is meant by this so-called deception.
It's not genuine. Well, how do we prove it's not genuine? Okay, let's examine the gems first. I guess that's probably the best thing to do. Oh, the gems look legit. What makes this not genuine? This part of the scepter is a deception. I don't remember what these scepters are supposed to look like. What would make this a deception? Well, is it the fact that the gem itself? Are we just gonna like straight up say, well, it's obviously not the scepter because it didn't have the right gems in it, right? Let's take a look at the purple spell. Summons forth a magical familiar from the shadows. Although it possesses a physical form, it's complete weightless. Well, that doesn't tell us anything. The spell will transmute the closest target within range. Huh. What makes this a fake? Can we look at the real one or something? Yo, it's the exact same picture. Okay. I mean, the only thing that I could say is a fake is the fact that it doesn't have the Godor spell, but like that should be obvious. I thought that's what we were trying to prove here. Is it because it's pointed? No, that can't be it. Can it? There's no like pictures of like what a one of these things is supposed to look like, right? No. I'm gonna say it's the purple gem. Cause like, I mean, they look like legit gems, but we'll just try it.
Got it.
Was that it? That was actually it. Okay. I'd like to know why that was it. First, I want to clarify one thing. Can we be certain that the Telea Magica in question is authentic?
Without doubt. The metal rod in its center is called the Spina Magica. The witch's mark on its tip is clearly visible and highly detailed. It is impossible to forge even by the finest craftsman in all of Labyrinthia. I can guarantee you its authenticity. That leaves us with only one possibility. The forgery in question is the Familia magic gem. What? A forged magic gem?
Objection!
That is an insult to our investigators.
Objection!
Only witches can use the power of these magic gems, can't they? So tell me, how can you know whether a magic gem is the real thing or not?
Objection!
Hold it right there. We know for certain that the spell Goldor was used. It is undoubtedly not forged.
But what about Familia? Did anyone actually see a familiar at the crime scene? What if the familiar is the parrot?
That's... 3 months ago, when an investigation was carried out into Sir Belduc's death, the result yielded the following conclusion. The spell Familiar had been used to summon a familiar, which in turn carried out a murder.
And the witch used exactly that to her advantage. Another similar incident at the same crime scene. Don't you think that would be the perfect opportunity for the witch to frame the defendant for her crimes? The defendant wouldn't be blamed for both the professor and Sir Belduke's deaths, and she'd be taken for the real witch. Oh. That was the real culprit's objective.
There is a chapter in the Magic Archive, an old collection of tales of the occult, about the way to test whether or not a magic gem is genuine. How can we test it, my lord? It is very simple. A genuine magic gem is composed of a mineral with a density lower than that of pure water. All you need to do is see if the magic gem floats on water.
That's way more logical than trying to get a person to float to see if they're a witch.
That is simple indeed. All non-magical minerals in our world, with the exception of sepalite and a few other special kinds, sink in water. These eerily sparkling magic gems, however, will never sink when put into water. Bailiff, remove this magic gem for immediate examination.
Magic gem's a fake? What's up with this trial? This was not how it was supposed to be. It's alright, darling. Don't cry. You'll get to see a witch burning today. Sir Barnum never disappoints. Hush now. There.
I see why people attend these things. It must be very exciting to see someone burn in flames.
Defender, if your theory is correct, this could be the biggest occult crime in history. But another important question remains. I wonder if you can answer it. Who is this supposed real witch that threw the Telea Magica through the portal?
The real witch? There's only one person that comes to mind. Frankly, I still find it hard to believe, but it's the only possibility. Once I indict her, there'll be no turning back. Knowing the consequences, should I give them her name? I think I know who he's implying, considering that it's the only woman present in the court.
Mr. Wright. In Labyrinthia, witches are punished by fire. I know you think that's going too far, but even in a world that seems so insane to you, those who take the lives of others must be punished. That's a universal law, isn't it?
The witch turned the professor into a golden statue, and that's not all. She took the life of the alchemist too. Now she's trying to pin the whole thing on Maya. I can't just let her get away with that.
Well then, defense. Let us hear your theory. Who is this witch responsible for using Godor and then throwing the scepter through the resulting portal?
Okay, well, not her. That would be kind of weird. That's a guy, that's a guy, that's a girl. Pretty sure that's a guy. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that's also a guy. So the only person here that could possibly be a witch...
Take that!
I think. I hope.
I can't do it. It's too much responsibility. What if I'm wrong and an innocent person gets burned because of me?
Are you aware of what decides a knight's true worth?
It is their readiness to deal the final blow, the courage to raise their sword. Your sword is weak and shaky. It is not befitting of a knight of the court. Mr. Wright, are you feeling alright?
Witch's power is not limited to magic spells. They have much more fearsome ability, the ability to exploit our blind spots, to hide in the shadows and manipulate us. Someone that malevolent deserves to be called a witch. So maybe someone that's... I guess it would have to be someone that's present, or that was present at both crime scenes, correct? I mean, we don't know that Miss Primrose wasn't present at both crime scenes. Witch responsible for using Godor and then throwing the scepter through the resulting portal. It was totally the parrot. Birdly and his parrot familiar. Obviously the witch. No, I think there's only one other person this could be. Someone who could have been there for both crimes. I think we know who that might be.
Take that!
When you've eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be true. There's only one logical possibility. It has to be that person. The real witch is Jean Greyero.
Greyero. I've heard that name somewhere. Wait, isn't that the butler who served Sir Belduc?
That's correct.
Objection!
What's this about? You seem to love to roll out these ridiculous suggestions,
But you ignored the obvious. Jean Greyero is male. Inquisitor Barnum, tell me one thing. Is it only females who can be witches?
Are you daft? Of course it's only females. Never in the history of this court has there ever been a male witch. You're so utterly ignorant. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Alright, well, I'd like to ask another question. Is Jean Greyero really a male?
What? What a ludicrous question.
The defense is certain that Jean Greyero is the witch responsible for using magic on Professor Layton.
Objection!
Will you stop fooling around? This is a groundless accusation.
Objection!
Groundless, you say? I'm afraid that's where you're wrong. At the time of the crime, Jean Greyero was in the room next to the alchemist's study, and one of the walls in that very room was painted green.
It was?
What's more, that green wall was the one adjacent to Sir Belduc's study.
What? This is madness.
Drop the pants, my guy. Oh my god.
Inquisitor Barnums, quickly, have the butler summoned to the court. Have Jean Greyero brought here immediately.
Oh shit, they actually are.
And make sure he's naked.
Certainly, my lord. It shall be done.
There is no need for that.
You think that's ever happened in court? Like, someone's just like, are you sure you're a guy? And it's like, the only way that they can like resolve the problem is just having them strip in the middle of court and prove it. Like, for whatever reason, you know, they can't use like an ID card or anything like that. They can't, that's for some reason they've been able to rule that out and they can't trust it. Like, maybe it's a fake or something. And so they just have to prove that that they have a dick. They have to just show it to court.
Ah, it's you.
Well then, Mr. Wright, shall we begin?
Jean Greyero.
It would seem that this trial has turned in a new direction. I think we all need a bit of time to take it in. We shall take a brief intermission. Inquisition, defense, sharpen your swords and wits to prepare for yourselves for the next stage of this battle.
Yes, Your Honor.
It shall be done, my lord. By the time we resume, this examination into the magic gems should have ended as well. Now, the court is adjourned for a brief intermission.
You know, I thought that was a chick the moment I heard her voice. I remember even looking to see what pronouns to use. Yeah, no, so I remember this twist now, and yeah, there's like no way, if it wasn't for the voice acting, because I can't remember last stream if Jean had a voice actor part or not. I don't remember if there was ever a part that was voiced. And I think that was done kind of on purpose, because it is fairly obvious once you hear it that's like, yeah, this guy can't be a guy. But I think that was like something that they did for a reason, was to like just try and keep him out of any voiced cutscenes. So it's got to be that young butler? I know what you're thinking. I couldn't quite believe it either at first. But the evidence and circumstances all point to the butler. He, or she, has to be the witch. At least, it'll be certain if the magic gem turns out to be a fake. But if that's the case, then Belduke's murderer is also... Yeah, it would be Grey Earl.
Oh, it can't be true. He wouldn't have done that.
Isabella?
I know Jean. He held Sir Belduke in the greatest of respect. Jean didn't kill him, I'm sure of it.
John Grey Earl, are you really what people think you are? There's still so many unknown factors in this trial.
Huh.
It's Luke.
I'm sorry, Maya. What I did was unforgivable.
What are you saying, Luke? All you did was testify about what you saw.
But I should have trusted you.
Well, you trust us now, right?
Maya. Anyway, Luke, it was thanks to you that we discovered new information. Thanks to me?
Sure, you got Cracker to testify. That was a great idea. I wish I could talk to animals. Don't you too, Isabella?
Oh yes, I'd love to have a chat with Eve. So Luke, will you teach us how to do it? Pretty please. Yeah, of course. Oh, I can try. Yay, that's a promise, right? Mr. Wright?
Hmm? What is it, Luke?
Do you mind if I join you from now on?
Not at all, Luke.
I realized during the trial that in this strange town, even what you see with your own eyes may not be real. That's why I'm not giving up yet. Professor, I know he'll return. We can't give up hope.
You know, that's what I've been thinking too.
Really?
I have a feeling he'll reappear again when we get in trouble and help us out. Because, I mean, it's the professor we're talking about here.
Right.
I remember what he always says.
Look forward to the future. Always look on the bright side.
I don't think it was the professor who said that.
Defender, accused. When intermission's over, return to the courtroom.
Let's go. It's time to bring this trial to a close.
Oh, I'll have something for you, Mr. Wright. Here, please take it. Maybe it'll come in handy in the trial.
A letter, huh? Let's see who it's from. Wait, dude in Belduke? There's several sheets of parchment inside, but they're all blank.
The professor and I got this when we went to see the storyteller.
Thank you, Luke. The more info we have, the better.
You're welcome.
Letter from Belduke to the storyteller. Contains only blank sheets of parchment. I got no proof that it was Jean Grey Earl who turned the professor into gold. Even if the magic gem is a fake, it's still not decisive evidence. I don't know what will happen next, but I do know this battle's far from over.
We will now resume the trial of Maya Fey. First things first, the occult crime analysts have finished examining the evidence. They have tested the 2 magic gems from the witch's scepter. Goldor floated on the surface of the water, whereas Famalia sank.
It was said that genuine magic gems float in pure water, wasn't it?
Thus it has been established that the Famalia gem is a fake. Order! Order! Order in court! This does not prove that the Godor was used, of course. Nonetheless, the defense's theory now seems more plausible. The court considers it worth looking into. You have no objection to that, do you, Inquisitor Barnum?
No, my lord.
The Familia magic gem is a fake.
Now then, bring in the witnesses.
All one of them.
Witness, state your name and profession.
My name is John Griot. I served the late Master Belduke. Since his death, I've been tending to his dwelling and putting his research materials in order.
I don't know what it is, but I feel like there's something a bit different about Grey Earl today.
Witness, there's something we need you to clarify first of all. As you are no doubt aware, you have been accused of being a witch. Therefore, it is vital that you tell us, are you a boy or a girl?
Please, hold on.
Why? What is it?
Excuse my rudeness, my lord, but at this time, I do not intend to answer that question.
So you want to play this the hard way, do ya?
Why do you refuse to answer, witness?
I have been following this trial from the gallery, and so I am fully aware of the utterly absurd accusations made against me. Alchemy, the art pursued by Master Belduke, is concerned with the rules and logic that govern nature. As someone who has been helping Master Belduke for quite some time, I dare say your theory is both illogical and impossible.
Objection!
The witch's scepter was thrown into the crime scene through a portal created by the magic spell Godor. That portal could have only been opened from your room. And what's more, one of the walls in your room is painted green.
I believe anyone is free to paint their walls in whichever color they please. Besides, your theory relies on one magic gem being a fake. Well, that may have been proven true. Another question has arisen. Where could the genuine magic gem be?
It must have been swapped with the fake one and discarded somewhere.
I'm afraid that's impossible.
Why?
If we assume, as you claimed, that the witch used the spell Godor, that would mean the magic gem would have been swapped after creating the portal. So tell me, when and where would the witch have disposed of the magic gem?
What if she just had like two staffs? Like the one with Godor and the one with the fake Familia gem.
I see your point.
Several people have paid witness to the incident, and the Knights of the Inquisition arrived at the scene immediately after.
During that time, no one left the building and the whole place was meticulously searched.
Naturally, my room was searched as well, although there was not much to see, as I have few personal belongings. Despite our inspection, nothing resembling a magic gem was found. I assure you, we have not overlooked anything.
I would swear to it on my honor as a knight.
So, Mr. Wright, if you wish to accuse me of being a witch, should you not first prove that there is a connection between me and this missing magic gem? Furthermore, I would appreciate if you could please approach this matter in a rational way, like an alchemist.
House was searched very soon after the crime. If the gem wasn't found, then it means Grey Earl hid it somewhere. Somewhere the Knights of the Inquisition would not have looked. Where could it be?
The witness has made a valued argument. How will the defense respond?
The Knights who searched for Sir Belduke's premises weren't looking for a magic gem. That's why there's a certain place they didn't consider searching.
Interesting. You really don't give up easily, do you?
In that case, perhaps you could tell us all about where the magic gem is. Sir Belduke's premises were thoroughly searched. I don't think anything would have been missed there. You anticipated that, and that's why you hid it in a blind spot that you knew wouldn't occur to the Knights. A blind spot, you say. Well, where is it? The women's bathroom. I don't know which is more absurd. The fact that a house, like a personal residence, has gendered washrooms, or the idea that like the knights would refuse to search it because all the knights are men. It's somewhere on Jean Guerrero's person.
What? It's on the witness.
Don't tell me. The witness has it in their pocket. You're just guessing, aren't you? You think you can just say anything you'd like. By the way, I'm afraid there are no pockets in my clothing. It's the second time I've seen Grey Earl today. And both times I've had a feeling that something wasn't quite right. Maybe it's just me, but it could be related to the whereabouts of the magic gem.
Vince, show us the location of the magic gem. Where do you think this witness hid the magic gem on the day of the crime?
Where would this person have hid the magic gem? Oh, how about this giant suspicious lump right here on the chest? I hope I clicked on the right spot. It looks like I might have missed. Witness, we met for the first time at Sir Belduke's premises. At that time, you had an amethyst attached to your collar.
Oh, that's right. Mr. Grey Earl always wears that gemstone.
Alchemists believe that amethysts emit positive energy.
I love all this talk about like logic and doing things scientifically and how magic is a bunch of baloney, and then he's just like, you know, straight face, amethysts emit positive energy according to alchemists.
Amethysts are purple.
But when I saw you in the waiting room this morning, the gemstone you were wearing was green, not purple. So my question now is, where is it gone? Where is that amethyst that you supposedly always wear?
Objection!
Wait just a moment. The witness wears a purple gemstone.
Is something amiss, Inquisitor Barnum?
When we arrived at the crime scene, the witness came out to meet us. I recall the witness wearing a gemstone. That gemstone was green.
Green. Amethysts aren't green, although amateurs sometimes mistake parasolite for amethyst, but it's irrelevant now.
Witness, you've been trying to pin the blame on the defendant. In order to do that, you replaced the Odor magic gem with a regular gemstone.
We thought the witch who killed Sir Belduke had used the spell Familia. You knew that if a witch's scepter with a Familia Goldor magic gems attached was discovered at the crime scene, the suspect would be accused of committing both crimes. That's precisely what happened. The girl captured at the crime scene was accused of slaying both Sir Belduke and Sir Layton.
That was your plan. You removed the Odor magic stone from the scepter and inserted your amethyst in its place. And then, you attached the Godor gem to your collar.
That's why, when we saw you shortly after the incident, you were wearing a green gemstone. To think, this was in fact a magic gem.
I say we get that gem tested too.
Order! Order! Witness, is that true?
This amounts to nothing more than conjecture. I do not believe you have any solid proof.
Well, okay. I mean, you're gonna tell us where that gem is? We would like to test that gem.
I have to concede that you have surmised a logical connection between me and the missing magic gem. Consequently, I am prepared to answer your questions.
Of course he's prepared. In other words, he means he has a bunch of answers already written up. He has a whole story made up just for this occasion.
I will repeat what I asked you previously. Witness, State your name, profession, and finally, your gender.
My name is Jean Grail. I have been serving the late Master Belduke. As you can see, I wear a butler's outfit. But the truth is, as the defense claims,
I am a girl.
How the hell did you hide all that hair?
Unbelievable.
What?
I like that the moment she let down her hair and they're just like, oh, obviously it's a girl.
The butler is a girl?
Order! Order! Order in the court! John Grey Earl, are you declaring to this court that you are in fact female?
Yes.
But everyone in town was under the impression that you are a boy.
Did you hear that? The butler's a girl. Doesn't that make her a maid?
I knew there was something suspicious about him. I mean her. You know why, right? Think about it. All that alchemy. That's mighty suspicious.
Are we just gonna like ignore the lump that's like on her chest there? Like, why is she wearing a necklace underneath her clothes?
Just listen to them. Listen to the wild gossip and accusations. Alchemists pursue knowledge of the rules that govern nature. But to the townspeople, alchemy is no different to magic. Had they known I was a girl, they would have taken me for a witch. That's what Master Belduke was worried about. He told me it'd be safer to pretend to be a boy.
Well, yeah, obviously, because it kind of seems like you are a witch. In other words, you disclose that you're female, but deny that you're a witch.
I would have thought that was obvious.
She knew that once her gender came into question, she wouldn't have been able to conceal it. That's why she made this public now. It was the most rational choice for her.
Inquisitor Barnum, may I ask you one question? Has all the evidence in this Golden Gentleman case already been presented?
Why do you ask?
As it stands, you do not have a single piece of evidence proving that I am a witch. Given the lack of pertinent evidence against me, I would like to be permitted to return to my duties.
What say you, Inquisitor Barnum?
It has been proven that the two gems were swapped. However, it may also have been possible for the accused to have done so.
Objection!
Maya had no reason to swap the gems.
This is a place of judgment. There is no need for us to understand the reasons behind the criminal's actions.
What? I mean, that's exactly how you prove someone to be a criminal, though. You have to prove to the court both the means and the motive. Because we already know they had the opportunity because the crime happened. But we have to prove why they would do it. Or not prove, but at least convince the court a good reason as to why. And maybe even a jury, especially if it's a murder trial. After all, those whom we judge are otherworldly creatures. They are witches.
Is it possible for a human being to understand the reasoning of a witch? Is there nothing we can do? At this rate, Maya will be...
Grim still thinks Maya's a witch.
We made it this far, and yet it feels like we're back at stage 1. It seems there are no more rational arguments against me. Now, if you'll kindly excuse me.
I don't have much on Grail when it comes to the professor's case. But should I just let her go? There's nothing else I can follow up on regarding the professor's case. So, what can I do? There's only one other option. Miss Grail, I have to ask you to remain at the witness stand.
Is there something else you wish to ask me?
Your testimony's not over yet. There's still something you need to tell us about.
Mr. Wright,
I'm afraid I cannot help you. I've told you all that I could about this incident.
And I'm afraid you've got the wrong idea, Miss Grayle. Your Honor, what this witness needs to testify about is not the professor's unfortunate accident, but rather the incident from 3 months ago, namely Sir Belduke's death. As she was present in the building at the time, working as a live-in butler, she needs to testify about the events of that day.
About Sir Belduke's death?
The fact that one of the magic gems was swapped leads me to a single conclusion. Both crimes, the murder of Sir Belduke and the transmutation of the professor, were the work of the same witch. Truth behind the alchemist's death may also hold the answer to this case.
What is your opinion on this, Inquisitor Barnum?
I'll allow you to have your way this time, Sir Blue Knight. The Inquisition has no objections.
Inquisitor Zacharias Barnum, it seems you have lost that unyielding attitude so admired by the townspeople. Here you are now, letting a novice defender lead you by the nose. It is hard to believe you have been known as the unwavering sword of justice for your usually cool-headed judgment.
You know little about me, witness.
Do you think I care about defending my name? It is this town that I wish to defend. Sir Belduke's murder is the only case to have remained unsolved for so long. Jean Grayle, you should now testify about it.
Think she can plead the fifth in this world? Does that exist? I think she's gonna be forced to testify.
As demanded by both the defense and Inquisition, the witness will testify about Sir Belduke's death. Any questions?
No, my lord.
I must, however, mention one more thing before we can begin. If it cannot be proven that Jean Grayle is a witch, as claimed by the defense, the court will irrevocably consider Maya Fey to be the witch responsible for both crimes. Is that understood?
You have no choice, Sir Blue Knight. If you don't want to try to end right now, ready your sword and face the challenge that awaits.
But the opponent is a real witch. It's a gamble that puts Maya's life at stake.
Nick!
Maya!
No witch is gonna outwit you in court. You're an ace attorney after all. So, let's do it!
The defense accepts the conditions. Let's proceed with the trial.
Inquisitor Barnum, you may begin.
We shall start with a brief summary of the incident. About 3 months ago in the dead of night, Sir Belduke, the alchemist, was murdered. The crime took place in his study, just as with this incident. The room had been locked from the inside. The victim was found still seated in the chair at his desk, so we can assume he was attacked while he was working.
There were very clear strangulation marks visible on his neck.
Oh, there's something trickling down from his mouth. Is that blood?
Yes, most likely. The victim probably bit his tongue as he was struggling with his assailant. And you said earlier that some white powder was spilled all over the floor, correct?
Yes. Hence, we expected to find the killer's footprints. However, there were none. The killer must have somehow approached the victim without stepping on the floor.
After murdering Sir Belduke, the killer left the room without opening the door.
Undoubtedly, the crime must have been committed with the use of witchcraft. The body was also discovered the following morning by the butler, Miss Greyearl. The body was found by Greyearl, huh? Thank you, Inquisitor Barnum. The court illustrated sketches will be added to the evidence. 3 sketches of the crime scene after Belduke's murder. Now, witness, begin your testimony. Tell us about the events spanning the night of the crime, from the evening beforehand until you discovered the body.
At around 1 o'clock at night, I excused myself and left Master Belduke in his study. When I called him for breakfast in the morning, he did not respond. The door to his study was locked. A neighbor had come for a visit just then, so we forced the door open together. All the potions and other concoctions from the study had been confiscated. I wonder if they're being properly stored.
Potions and concoctions were confiscated?
The victim was an alchemist after all. We were hoping his items confiscated from his study could provide some clues. Besides, such things must not fall into the wrong hands. It may not be standard practice, but it was deemed necessary. The confiscated goods are stored in our secret vault. The only person with access to them is the High Inquisitor, Lady Darklaw. It has caused me great difficulty, as I have not been able to put Master's research materials in order as a result. The confiscated items shall be returned as soon as Sir Belduke's murder is resolved. I should be looking forward to that.
Defense, you may begin your interrogation.
I don't think she's going to be looking forward to it very much after tonight.
Hold it!
So you last saw him alive at 1 a.m., is that correct?
Yes. Master had a habit of conducting his experiments at night, so it was the usual time for me to finish my work.
Weren't you helping him with those experiments?
He would sometimes have some errands for me, but alchemists generally keep their experiments a secret. That's why I would always excuse myself at that time, unless Master had some other tasks for me.
And that night there was no more work for you?
That's correct. I wished Master a good night, and I shut the door behind me and then heard him lock the key. There was nothing unusual about him, at least nothing I noticed.
Hold it!
And what time was that?
Master would always take his breakfast at 9 a.m., so it was around that time.
So you didn't have the key to Sir Belduke's study, is that correct?
Yes. There was only one key to that room, and Master always kept it with him. Master's research was a very delicate matter, you see. We had to take strict measures to prevent outsiders from entering that room. Occasionally, the delinquents would try to make off with one or other of Master's medicaments.
Thieves stealing from an alchemist? I can't tell if that's incredibly brave or incredibly stupid. Probably the latter. Hey lawyer dude, how goes helping a true gentleman? I don't know, I'd say it's pretty, things are looking pretty golden right now. He's I would say, Layton's being a shining beacon of hope. Maybe almost too shiny, it's kind of blinding, really. Him standing right next to me this whole time. A strange place to store evidence, but, I'm not gonna argue.
That's why the door to that room is made from thick oak wood. I wouldn't have been able to force the door open on my own.
She couldn't have entered the room before that, then.
Hold it!
Wait, you mean you broke the door?
The only key to that room was in Sir Belduke's pocket. The only way to enter the study was to break the door open.
And you managed that with the help of a neighbor who came to visit?
Yes. It wasn't a social visit, mine. He came as a patient.
A patient? Can you tell me more about him?
Objection!
The victim's neighbor is irrelevant. He had nothing to do with this case.
I think you're pushing it this time. A witness is hardly irrelevant. What's got him so shaken? Looks as if he just had a rush of blood to the head.
Master Belduke had been making very potent medicines, among other things. We would get people coming from the town at all hours of the day or night asking for them. And yet, in return for all the help Master offered, people would gossip about him dabbling in witchcraft.
So you broke the door together with a neighbor?
Yes. When I explained the situation to him, he brought over an axe. Then he proceeded to attack the door with great force, smashing it into splinters.
I see. And by the way, about that neighbor. Who was it?
It's time for Emir's grand
Oh my
entrance.
god.
Did you miss me, guys?
No, we didn't. Right? No one here missed him?
Order! Order!
He's the neighbor, isn't he?
Could it be that it was you who...
Where are you looking, old man? I'm right here. And as for who I am, I'm the alchemist's neighbor and a witness in that case too.
Well, why are you here then?
Passion for justice seething within, Emir is always at the crime scene.
Objection!
That didn't even rhyme. It's you. Again. You're the guy from earlier, right?
Yup, that's me. Emir's the name. How have you been, Bluey?
Are you really the alchemist's neighbor? Seriously?
I know, right? Freaky coincidence, eh? But yeah, his house is next to mine.
Well then what about you? Ridiculed earlier, Emir returns, drinking like a king he never ever learns. That's why I tried to stop you from asking about the neighbor.
Huh? Why so cold, Inquisitor Barnum?
Unable to hold his steady cold gaze, Emir drinks fast, as if in a daze.
And the musician standing next to you...
Oh yeah, what's my private bard, Birdley? A right musical genius.
This guy is paying him as his personal bard. That's the only reason he's in this court. Oh, dearie me.
Well, no use shutting the stable door after the horse is bolted. Let us move on. Witness, you're already here. You may as well add to your testimony. Testify about what you witnessed on the morning after the crime. You can count on me. What dawned on me then? The witch cast Familiar, just like in this case.
Hold it!
Can you tell me what caused that sudden realization?
Sure thing. When the Inquisitors came around, I wanted to have a little peek at the crime scene. That's when I heard them talking about it. I was surprised, because they must have come to the same conclusion as me. Crikey, they can do their job, them Inquisitors, I thought. What had to be Familiar?
So he was eavesdropping.
Oh, I happened to see that Familiar user. I'll arrest him myself.
Witness, you are testifying in a court. Can you not restrain yourself a bit?
Was that? Don't you see I gotta have this keep up me spirits up? What's the most potent medicine?
This guy is going to, like, keel over on the floor before this is over.
It's a drink Emir loves to savor, with an intoxicating scent and flavor.
Anyway, this is a waste of time. I should be looking for decisive contradictions.
Witnesses, continue your testimonies.
Hold it!
Those items were confiscated 3 months ago. You still haven't gotten them back?
No, not a single thing. even though many of those were personal items with no relevance to the crime.
Now that I think about it, that room did look pretty empty.
As I said, the victim was an alchemist, and among his possessions were some very dangerous concoctions. But he did produce medicines to aid sick townspeople as well, to give him his due. Indeed, alchemy is highly beneficial to the townspeople, even if they fail to notice it. It may be beneficial, but it also inspires fear. People fear what they do not understand. At any rate, I cannot return the items to you until Sir Belduc's case is solved. That is what High Inquisitor Darklaw has decided.
And the confiscated goods are being kept in a secret vault by the Knights of the Inquisition.
Even the Inquisitors cannot freely enter that vault. It is strictly supervised.
Is it painted green on the inside, by chance? Just out of curiosity, no reason. Just wondering. That's all I have to say, huh? I really didn't expect him to appear, but maybe I should be used to it by now.
Excuse me, Mr. Wright. Sorry to interrupt your train of thought.
Hmm? Oh, that's okay. What is it?
I'm wondering if it's just me, but I've been thinking about Mr. Amir's testimony. I think what he said is a little strange, isn't it?
Yeah. How can I put it? It's pretty obviously contradictory.
He was so keen to testify. Maybe we should give him some attention and point out those contradictions out. What a good idea, Luke.
Okay. Let's take a look at his testimony again here. The witch cast Famalia just like in this case. Wait, but we've proven that we didn't. Famalia has not been proven to be cast in this case. What are you talking about there, Amir? What do you mean that Famalia was cast in both cases? How do we, like, try and present that as evidence against it? Do we... Oh yeah, because the Famalia gem is a fake. It's probably this, right? Yeah. There's something you don't seem to understand here, Mr. Amir. The Famalia gem in this witch's scepter is a fake. The gem is useless.
Just like this buffoon's testimony.
Huh? Therefore, your testimony doesn't hold water.
Just like anything else he says.
What? What?
Ignored and scorned, without credibility. Will majestic Amir now show humility?
What? A fake?
You should have listened to the trial more carefully.
He's too busy drinking. This happens every time. He's done this like 4 times now. But in on a existing trial and thinking he has some like decisive testimony.
Now that that has been dealt with. Inquisitor Barnum. This witch's scepter was not discovered at the crime scene when Sir Belduc was murdered, is that correct? Indeed. We deduce that the Famalia must have been used, however...
Objection!
But that Famalia gem was a fake. That much has been demonstrated today. What's more, as we've learned from Cracker the Parrot's testimony, the witch used the spell Godor. The fact that there's a green wall at the crime scene corroborates this.
Objection!
Right, but that's for this case. What about the old case?
That wall may not have been painted green 3 months ago. And besides, no one could have passed through a portal so small. To be honest, I've started wondering, were Sir Layton and Sir Belduc's murders actually committed by the same witch?
Objection!
Your Honor, I'd like to remind you that was the Inquisition's claim. He's right though. It's gotta be the same culprit in both cases. And, at the very least, it's possible that the witch used the spell Godor to commit Sir Belduc's murder. What?
In that case, I will ask the defense to show us proof. Do you have proof that the witch could have used Godor to kill Sir Belduc?
Can we view these? Is this going to be helpful? Ooh, maybe we do have proof. You know what? I think we do.
Take that!
We have the proof right here. I gotta hand it to these court illustrators. They're very good at their job. I'd like you to take a look at these.
Aren't those the court illustrator's sketches?
As you can see from this sketch, the victim was seated at his desk when he was murdered. And what can you see right behind the victim?
Small landscape painting.
Thank you, Inquisitor. But there's one more point of note. Look closely at the painting. Do you not notice... Do you notice anything behind it?
Oh, I see it. The wall behind it has already been painted green. Which means this could have used the portal spell there 3 months ago.
Objection!
One moment, my lord. Consider how small that portal would have been. Could a witch have passed through it? I think not.
Objection!
Of course the witch would not have been able to go right through it. However, if you look at the distance between the portal and the victim, you'll notice that the victim, Sir Belduke, was sitting just an arm's length from where the portal would have been. Someone just, like, reached through the wall and strangle him. The witch didn't have to enter the room at all. All she had to do was reach through with her arms in order to strangle Sir Belduke, who was sitting right under the painting.
Order! Inquisitor Barnum, what say you to that?
A fascinating theory, Sir Blue Knight. But there's a notable contradiction with it. Where would that be? Tell me, why do you think we concluded that the Familia had to have been used? We had a certain reason for it, of course.
And what was that reason exactly?
The crime scene had been tampered with. How so? Imagine the circumstances of Sir Belduke's death. It should become obvious, even to you. The victim was choked to death. And yet there are no signs of a struggle. Highly improbable, don't you think? So why would that be a familiar? Someone using Godor totally could have snuck up on him. Like, why would anyone expect an attack from behind them when behind them is a wall? What are you getting at? Think about it. Can you imagine anyone just sitting back and letting themselves be strangled? Clearly, there should have be evidence of a struggle. And since we haven't found any, that must mean the killer erased all traces of a fight from the crime scene. I feel like we're making assumptions here.
Indeed. That would be the logical conclusion.
Now, surely it would be impossible to do any such thing had the witch only reached through a portal. In order to cover up the evidence she left behind, the witch had to have used a familiar. Without doing so, there would have been no point in her using the spell Godor.
Objection!
Miss Grail could have done it. She might have been able to tamper with the crime scene. What are you talking about? The morning of the crime. From the time Miss Grail and that guy entered the study, until the arrival of the Knights of the Inquisition, there was a window of time in which she had the opportunity to do so. We need to look into what happened in that window.
It seems that we may be in need of another testimony. Witnesses, testify about what happened in the night time between the body being found and the Knights of the Inquisition arriving.
Sure thing.
Ask me anything. I'll tell you all you'll need to know.
Oh, glorious Amir, tell us more. Maybe you won't be laughed at as before. Only two people accessed the crime scene that time, Grail and Amir. Believe it or not, Amir is the key witness in this case. Wasn't he the key witness in the previous case that he butted in on? This man just needs to work on his entrance, but maybe he's not that bad after all. It's like he knows what he's doing.
I broke down the door and saw the alchemist slumped in his chair. What gave me a jolt? The butler hurried to call the Knights of the Inquisition. Whenever I entered the story. What'd I do then? Oh yeah. Well, I was asked to keep an eye on things, so I went in to have a bit of a look at everything. All that made me pretty drowsy, so I went and took a little nap on the couch.
The couch in the crime scene room? Wait, what? Mr. Mir, you said the butler didn't enter the crime scene?
Well, we never set foot in there. And when we saw Belduke, he told me to stand guard till the Knights of the Inquisition arrived. Well, then off we went. What a resourceful apprentice that alchemist has, I thought to myself.
I almost feel sorry for you, Sir Blue Knight. After all, you suspect him to have tampered with the crime scene. Can't be true.
Defense, please proceed with the interrogation.
Yes, Your Honor. So wait, if Jean didn't enter the crime scene, then she kind of tampered with it, right? Which means that the prosecution might be incorrect here.
Hold it!
Before you smash the door, did you check that it was really locked?
Of course I did. We tried to get it open without resorting to brute force, but it wouldn't budge. So I went to fetch me lovely little axe.
His wooden enemy stood tall and still, yet Emir sprang forth. It was overkill. Did you think I lied about the door being locked? No, of course not. Boy, she's so sharp she might cut herself. Or me. Most likely me.
So then I went inside. The alchemist was slumped in his chair.
While we're at it, allow me to confirm something. When you entered the room, did the victim look the way he does in this sketch?
Yep, that's it. Spot on. Nicely drawn, too. You know, well, at first I didn't know if he was really dead. It looked like he just passed out or something, tired from his research.
Hang on!
Miss Grail, may I ask you something? Yes, what is it? What do you think about Mr. Amir's testimony? There's nothing amiss. However, Mr. Wright, I can tell what you are thinking. You can? Well, let's see if you're right. When he entered the room, Mr. Amir didn't notice that Mr. Belduke was dead. On the other hand, I went straight away to call the Knights of the Inquisition, and so... You suspect that I knew beforehand that Mester was dead. That's what you're thinking. Your face is like an open book. But isn't that what actually happened? No. I knew something was wrong because Master had very fine manners and would never sleep in his chair. When I saw him like that, I was struck with a very bad realization. I felt certain that something terrible had happened.
I have heard about you. The word is that you're very collected and perceptive. It would seem to be the case.
I love the idea that she's just like, oh, you think that I would have actually known. Well, here's how I really knew. But no one was asking that question. That just seems more suspicious. The fact that you're answering a question that never was asked there. You're more appropriate to call her calculating. Trying to fill the gaps before anyone brings it up. Divulging too much information.
Somehow I feel like you're not paying enough attention to me.
That matters not, witness. Let us proceed with the cross-examination.
Matters not, eh? Don't need to be so rude about it.
Hold it!
Are you sure the butler didn't enter the crime scene?
Yeah, like I said, we didn't set foot in that room. I went in sort of didn't know what to do, but the butler sussed out the situation in the blink of an eye. You told me to stand guard. Why don't you run out?
She went to call the Knights of the Inquisition, is that correct?
That's correct. I went to the nearby garrison.
We have the records of when the crime was reported. They match the witness's testimony.
I returned to Master Belduke's house with 2 knights. They began an investigation immediately, taking away Master's research materials and concoctions. In the end, I wasn't able to enter that room that day.
There can be no doubt about it. As she is the alchemist's apprentice, she was under close observation from the incident.
I wasn't aware of that.
So, in the end, she didn't have access to the crime scene at all that day, huh? By the way, what were you doing at that time?
Huh? What? Me?
Hold it!
What were you having a look at?
Well, what was asked to take care of the crime scene, wasn't I? So I had to, like, make sure everything was in order. I mean, you know. Well, it's not like I went wild with excitement after being left in the real alchemist room full of mysterious stuff.
I'm sure you didn't, Mr. Sticky Fingers.
Well, besides.
Besides...
Well, she asked me to look for something, so I was doing that too.
Oh?
Hang on!
Miss Grail, you look lost in thought. I think somebody's a little upset that they might have said too much.
Oh, were you talking to me?
Even she can be caught off guard. If I choose the right moment. You've been listening to Mr. Amir's testimony, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
He was asked to look for something. It is you who asked him, I assume. What did you tell him to look for?
I think you're mistaken. I don't remember making any request of that sort.
Huh?
Oi, Bluey! Will you even listen to what I said? It was a lady that asked me. The butler is a guy, you numbskull!
He really hasn't been paying attention at all, has he?
Wait, what's up? Why is everyone looking at me like that?
Quite a while ago, we learned that the butler, Jean Grail, is actually female.
What?
That's why when you said a lady asked you to search for something, we assumed it was Miss Grail.
What?
Daydreaming, listening, but not hearing. That look of shock is almost endearing.
What the? Why didn't anyone tell me before?
Do we require personal notification? You should have been listening to the trial. Knights of the Court, squabbling with a witness is most unseemly. What I would like to know now is this. Who was the lady that made the request of Amir?
Oh yeah. It was actually, Miss,
Oh.
Absolutely certainly talking about me.
Who?
And you are?
Oh, I'm Letty. Hang on a minute. I'll get down there post haste.
Oh great, male puns. Well, at least it's a new one.
But, Miss Letty, who are you precisely?
Me? Who am I? I'm Letty Mailer. I'm the courier.
The courier?
A courier is a person who collects and delivers letters or packages.
I know. Thanks anyways, Bella. I wish you'd stop misreading my mind.
Hold on, Miss Mailer. Do you mean it was you who irresponsibly made such a request at Troublemaker?
Me? Maybe. Yes, I guess so. I asked him to help me find something.
Outrageous! Why was I not informed of this?
I guess no one told you. Maybe because you didn't ask.
seems we will need to ask you to testify, Miss Mailer. Explain to us how you were involved in this case.
Frankly, I would say I was involved in anything. I'm in a tight spot. I bet it's because that guy said something weird about me.
Ease up on me, lady. Like the saying goes. If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me. Beats being in a pickle on your own, eh?
I don't think she would have been in a pickle if she just shut up and didn't say anything while she was up there.
Now then, Miss Letty Mailer, testify about that day.
That voice can make windows shatter.
The Belgic said he'd had a letter to send, so I came by to pick it up.
Oh, wrong button. But I think we know exactly what we're presenting now. So now we know there was a third witness.
But Miss Mailer only came to pick up a letter. That doesn't help us much, does it? Well, perhaps there's more to it than meets the eye.
A letter, huh? Beldic was about to send a letter to someone before he was killed. May not be relevant to this case, but something about that is bothering me. Maybe it's worth asking Letty about it. Okay, well, we'll rest first, but I think I know exactly what we're doing here.
Hold it!
You mean you came to pick up a letter from Sir Belduke?
Yes, I was told by Sir Belduke that I'd be ready in the morning. What's more, he said it was extremely important. I felt a sense of duty surging within me.
Hang on!
Miss Grail, I have a question.
Yes, what is it?
Did anything catch your attention during Miss Mailer's statement?
Nothing in particular. At any rate, to begin with, I was not aware of the fact that the courier visited us that day. Ah, that's right. You weren't there when I arrived. And once I found the letter, I left immediately.
Did you know about this letter, witness?
I would never pry into Master's personal matters, such as his correspondence.
Well, that should conclude the testimony. I don't think it's going to conclude anything. Because now we need to figure out why she was delivering a blank letter. I mean, it's the only letter we have in our possession, after all. Where is it?
Objection!
The letter you found that morning, was it by any chance this one here?
Yes, that's the one. But wait, how did you get it? You're a piece of work, all right.
Objection!
Hold it, Sir Blue Knight. How did you come by that letter?
It just sort of fell into my lap, so to speak. It was the professor who found it, but he doesn't need to know that.
Defender, just what in the world are the contents of that letter?
Well, the letter's blank.
What? All this fuss over a blank letter?
As you can see, there are some sheets of parchment inside the envelope.
Indeed, and there's not a trace of ink on them. What is the meaning of this?
Don't forget that Sir Belduke was an alchemist. He may have used some kind of invisible ink to write that letter.
Of course, classic detective plot. Invisible ink.
About that, it doesn't make sense to me.
What?
Miss Mailer?
The thing is, when I saw that letter, all the pages were full of writing. So, you know.
Objection!
So, wait, you saw the contents of the letter? Isn't that like a breach? Like, isn't that something you'd get fired over if you work in the mail?
Hold it, witness. You saw the contents of Sir de Belduc's letter?
I didn't read it. It's just that, you see...
Witness, this is an important matter. You will need to testify about it. Tell us what you know about this letter.
That night, at probably about 1 a.m., I made a delivery to Sir Belduke. He was writing a letter at the time. It'll be ready soon, so come pick it up tomorrow morning. That's what he said. I left his study and wished the butler good night. Then I went home. I went there again the next morning, as promised. Sir Belduke was... well, anyway. I looked for the letter. Then that guy went out like a light... Then that guy went out like a light on the couch. I got a little scared, so I left as soon as I found the letter.
I see. So you witnessed the victim write the letter?
I wouldn't say witness. That sounds so legal. The sheets of parchment were on his desk, though. I saw that. And they were covered in writing. Margin to margin.
But you don't know what the letter was about.
Telling you would be a breach of our privacy policy.
Oh, so it's okay for you to know.
I can't reveal the contents, or who it was addressed to.
Oh, of course. I understand.
Frankly, I didn't get close enough to Sir Belduke's desk, so I couldn't make out what he was writing.
In any case, where did you find the letter the morning after the victim was found dead?
On a shelf, next to his desk, in a small letterbox. Ah, yes, right there, next to his head. I was a teeny little bit scared, though, coming so close to a dead man.
Wait, how did the court illustrator illustrate the letter in the box? Wouldn't have this happened after she got the letter from his room? So that's where she took the letter from. It was right next to the corpse, huh?
Now that the circumstances are clear, we shall proceed to the cross-examination.
Hold it!
That's pretty late to be making a delivery.
Look, he's an alchemist. He gets loads of strange packages. That's why. He'd often order various implements from the glass craftsman, or have someone gather wild herbs for him. He usually carried out his experiments at night, so yeah, he often needed items delivered in the middle of the night.
Did Sir Belduke seem at all different from normal when you saw him that night?
Different? Let me think. Actually, yes. I think it was about 3 days before Sir Belduke's death, That lightning strike.
Hang on!
Excuse me, Miss Greerle.
Oh, what is it?
Did anything in Miss Mailer's statement catch your attention?
Well, just the lightning strike. Master Belduke did certainly change following that event. I wonder why it affected him so much.
An alchemist and the sudden appearance of an old bell tower. Could these be the same sort of a connection between them? Anyway, it looks like Greerle is as much in the dark about this as I am.
By the way, that strange lightning strike was not the result of witchcraft. I see. Well then, let us carry on.
What, you saying it's normal for a lightning strike to just make a building appear?
Hold it!
You saw the letter he was writing?
I told you before. There were sheets of parchment with writing on them on his desk. I had a very quick look. There were so many sheets. The letter must have been very long.
Then how can you explain the letter being blank now?
That's just it. That's what I'd like to know as well.
I wish I had some earplugs.
Sir Belduke, he was holding a pen when I arrived with the delivery, so he was in the middle of writing. And also, he told me to pick up the letter the next morning.
And then you left his study.
Hold it!
Wait a minute. When you say the butler, you mean...
Miss Greerle, of course. She was in the corner carrying a tray.
Hang on!
Miss Greerle, I'd like to ask you something.
Certainly. What is it?
You stated previously that you excused yourself and left Sir Belduke's study shortly after 1 a.m.
Yes, that is correct.
However, according to Miss Mailer's testimony, the two of you came across each other while you were waiting outside that room.
Why didn't you mention that until now? That's because... I apologize. I'm afraid I completely forgot to mention it.
Convenient. You forgot.
Miss Mailer very often comes with deliveries during the night. I did see her that night as well, but I didn't think much of it as it's nothing unusual. I had no reason to hide that from you. Please forgive me for the confusion.
Well, that kind of thing can happen. Human memory is in no way perfect.
It's all those, like, all that witchcraft, you know, befuddling everyone's memory, confusing them. Definitely the work of magic.
I don't imagine there's a problem here, is there?
On the contrary, Your Honor. There's one more thing Miss Grey Earl forgot to mention.
What is it?
I'd like you to recall what Miss Mailer said about having met Miss Grey Earl that night.
Miss Grey Earl, of course. She was in the corridor carrying a tray.
Well, Miss Grey Earl, apparently you were carrying a tray at the time. What do you have to say about that? How dare she deliver food? That's really suspicious.
Jean Greer, I believe you should add that to your testimony.
As you wish, my lord.
Oops, wrong button. It's unlikely she really forgot about it. The fact she tried to hide it must mean something.
Hold it!
What do you mean by usual drink? Are we talking a drink that you usually spike with maybe some poison? Perhaps a sleeping agent?
When Master's experiments continued late into the hours, he would always have some juice to ward off sleepiness.
Juice, you say? What kind of juice? Perhaps it's the kind of juice that comes from a bull, maybe? Specifically a red one. Has to be red. Oh, see, it's red! It's got the color right.
Tomato juice. He'd have one bottle every night. It was my daily routine to bring it to him before withdrawing to my room for the night.
So you brought him tomato juice that night too?
Yes, I did. Master Belduke thanked me as always, and then I left him.
Objection!
Miss Quirrell, I have to ask you again. Why have you kept this information from the court until now?
Please accept my sincere apologies. It was such an obvious part of my daily routine that it didn't even occur to me to mention it.
You want us to believe that you simply forgot to tell us?
I guess so.
That would match the evidence found in the crime scene. I do remember seeing an uncorked bottle of tomato juice there. Mr. Wright, please take a look at this.
Is that the tomato juice? I can't tell if that's his tomato juice or not. The label's kind of messy. This court illustrator is really good at drawing, but boy, they have shit handwriting.
Was here in the court illustrator sketch too.
So it is. That court illustrator certainly does pay attention to the details. Then that would mean
the red liquid trickling down from the victim's mouth is not in fact blood.
It is tomato juice.
I think we can safely make that assumption. Poor Master.
There was a hang on that I needed to do and I didn't.
Hang on!
Oh, does this guy have a second opinion on what kind of juice it was? Excuse me, mister.
Mister! Oh, I know nothing about it. Nothing. Nothing at all.
We didn't even ask our question yet. Witness, what have you done this time?
Don't give me that scary look. Why? Why? It was only just a little bit. Seriously, hardly anything at all.
So he's the one that tampered with the crime scene. What are you talking about?
Huh? What do you think I'm talking about? The juice. Well, tomato juice, of course.
Look, I get it. I too can't resist a nice fresh bottle of tomato juice. Even if it's not mine. Tomato juice? Oh, you didn't. Surely even you wouldn't.
Well, like I told you before, I think I sort of overdid it a bit the previous night. When I woke up, my head was pounding. That's why I went to see the alchemist. But you know what happened. And when I was left alone in the alchemist's study, what kind of caught my eye? The bottle, I mean.
The tomato juice.
Well, I thought, well, it might make the headache go away, you know.
So, you drank from it. The juice found at the crime scene.
Well, why shouldn't I? Well, it's a drink, ain't it? What else do you do with a drink? You drink it, right?
And can you tell us where that bottle is now? Come to think of it, I don't remember seeing it at the crime scene. It has been confiscated. Confiscated? As I mentioned previously, the occult crime analysis confiscated all of Master's personal belongings from the crime scene. Is that so? Well, I believe we should take note of that bottle and add it to the court record. Brought to Belduke before his death. Emir drank some of the juice the following day.
Yeah, so there I was, having a bit of juice, when that girl came around. Well, to tell you the truth, I don't quite remember what happened after that.
That's when he passed out, huh? He passed out from tomato juice.
Hold it!
You took the letter from the crime scene?
That's right. I took it. From the crime scene.
Objection!
So, Barnum assumed that it was, Grayrol that messed with the crime scene, but it seems like all of these fucking incompetent fools are responsible for the crime scene mistakes.
Do you not realize that pinching evidence from a crime scene is itself a crime worthy of severe punishment? Well, it might be a crime, sure, but just look at the witch's defender. He's gotta defend a witch, using any dirty tricks at his disposal.
Dirty tricks? What dirty tricks?
What's the same for me, you know? I'm a courier, so come rain or shine, I've got to deliver. Where there's mail, there's meddler.
Oh, I was so inspired by the young lady's spirit that I kinda just had to help.
Although inspired by her dedication, he betrayed a lack of concentration. It's entirely my fault that it came to that. Had I only been at the residence then.
Grayrol was nothing but was notifying the knights at the time.
Hold it!
He went out like a light.
He was helping me look for the letter, and then he just passed out. Out of the blue, he just passed out. The rascal. He collapsed. His eyes rolled back. He wouldn't move.
It almost sounds like he died.
No such luck, unfortunately. The terrible sound. He was grating his teeth. Thought my ears would explode.
Yep. I'm not sure what came over me. Never happened to me before, sleeping like that. You know, I didn't just fall asleep. More like I sort of blacked out, I suppose. No idea why. Why? You guys, what do you think? Any ideas?
I think it bears no relevance. And there you have my honest answer.
And I think it's good that I wasn't there.
The question is, why did he black out like that? I think we have evidence as to why. I think everyone here is thinking it as well. Your Honor, I might have a clue as to why this witness suddenly lost consciousness.
You do? Really? Did you work it out, Bluey? If that's the case, may the defense present some evidence.
Which piece of evidence? Well, I think it's this one right here. Can't be no coincidence about the connection of events here. Mister, I believe the reason you might have lost consciousness at the crime scene is tied to a certain piece of evidence.
But wasn't it just because, you know, I had a bit too much fun last night?
No, it was because of this.
The tomato juice.
You passed out right after drinking this juice. Therefore, it's not unreasonable to assume that there's a direct connection between the two.
Tomato juice does not make people fall unconscious, Sir Blue Knight.
Exactly. That's why something must have been added to the contents of this bottle. Something like a soporific.
You mean sleep medicine?
And if a soporific was mixed with the tomato juice, that means Sir Belduke would have been unconscious at the time he was assailed.
Oh! The sketch. Have another look. Red liquid trickling down from the victim's mouth is proof that Sir Belduke must have drank the tomato juice.
I failed to consider this. Inquisitor Barnum, I bet you remember saying this to the court. Can you imagine anyone just sitting back and letting themselves be strangled? Clearly, there should have been evidence of a struggle. And since we haven't found any, that might mean the killer erased all traces of a fight from the crime scene. Well, certainly a lot easier to erase traces of a fight if it never happens in the first place, right? However, if the victim was unconscious when his assailant was strangling him, then the killer could have committed the crime through a small portal, big enough to put their arms through after all.
Objection!
And finally, we bring it all back together.
That may be so, but tell me this. How would the culprit have managed to obtain such a strong soporific?
It was very simple. And I think you've realized why. Pretty easy to get whatever kind of drug you want when you work for an apothecary or a pharmacist or something.
From the alchemist.
That's right. An alchemist would no doubt have a wide array of various medicaments in their possession. An apprentice who would have little trouble stealing some of them from their study. Isn't that right, Miss Grey Earl?
What should I respond to that? I'm sorry to disappoint you, may perhaps be the best way to put it.
What do you mean?
Even though that juice bottle has been safely stored for the past 3 months, I'm positive it would be impossible to find any traces of that soporific now.
You wicked!
This is unbelievable. Was it really the butler who did it?
I bet a better twist in my weekly cereals.
Everything she says holds true.
She was pretending to be a boy. That's mighty suspicious to start out with.
Yeah, who would want to do that? Pretend to be a boy? Boys suck.
Is she a witch? Hold on, everyone. The butler couldn't have done that to Sir Belduke. She would never do it. Never ever do it. Please, let us testify just one more time.
Just one more, she says. One more time.
Miss Grayo, let's tell them. Let's prove them they're wrong. They have no idea how much you've done for Sir Belduke. Miss Mailer.
Very well. I shall grant your request. Testify about the relationship between Miss Grayle and Sir Belduke.
Master took me in, a complete stranger. I will forever be indebted to him. That's why I could never make an attempt on his life, through magic or otherwise. Sir Belduke was a wonderful man. He's the one who recommended this line of work to me. And he's the one who told me about it. The confidentiality obligation, I mean. I've never broken it.
It's true that Sir Belduke evoked a fear due to his being an alchemist. However, he was also a man of admirable character, who supported the townsfolk through his research. Why would anyone want to kill such a man? His question keeps haunting me, however much I think about it.
Witches need no reason to be behind their evil. That is what makes them witches.
Now, the defense may begin its interrogation.
Hold it!
How long has it been since you began serving Sir Belduke?
I suppose it would be 5 years now.
Huh, 5 years you say? Wow. What a coincidence.
Before that, I'd lost everything. I had nothing and nobody left in this world.
You lost everything?
It's when Master Belduke helped me. He kindly took me in and gave me work.
What did she go through before she started working for Belduke?
Later, when I was helping Master with his research, he even taught me how to read and write. I was able to live comfortably for so long, all because of Master.
I don't know much about Grayrel, but she doesn't seem the type to kill someone she owes so much to. Everyone in this town knows how you served Sir Belduke. Now you may continue your testimony.
Hold it!
You're claiming you had no reason to kill Sir Belduke.
Yes, you can ask whoever you wish, and I'm sure they will say the same.
Yeah, mighty convenient for you, isn't it? That is so. It is widely known that Jane Grayle was devoted to serving Sir Belduke. It's difficult to imagine that she could brutally murder her respected master. Indeed, I am of the same opinion. I have visited Sir Belduke on several occasions to inquire about this piece of evidence or that. And I must say I felt there was a strong bond of trust between him and Miss Grayle.
Do you still think you can come up with a motive?
A motive?
Jean Greyle's motive for murder.
Grayle risked a lot to conjure up a small portal in the wall. And then she killed Belduke. But what motive did she have? A motive for murder or a different motive? That's interesting. Is that implying that maybe she didn't mean to kill him? Let's leave it for now. I can't come up with any reason why Grayle would want to kill Belduke. I'd better wait until I have some more information to go on.
I think we've heard everything the witnesses had to tell us. We won't get any more out of them. Miss Bella.
Miss Greyo wouldn't kill Sir Belduke.
But he's dead, and when you think about who could have killed him...
Are you alright, Mr. Wright?
Murder happened. Nothing's gonna change that, but... Was murder really the culprit's primary objective?
What are you thinking about, Mr. Wright?
I think I may need to consider some other possibilities after all. Rather than try and gain more info, maybe I'll be better off changing my perspective.
Well, I've been thinking, maybe we've been making the wrong assumptions.
What if Grayle's aim wasn't to get Belduke out of the picture?
Hold it!
The confidentiality obligation is a rule held among couriers, is that right?
Yes, a courier must not disclose the contents of a letter, nor the names nor addresses of its sender and recipient. But I'll tell you confidentially that, I love gossiping, bad-mouthing people, especially. So I wasn't confident I could keep it. The confidentiality obligation, I mean. I was tempted to talk about this and that.
To think that Belduke trusted her.
But then Sir Belduke spoke to me. He told me this. Think about how you'd feel in that person's place. And that got me thinking. I really, really like to gossip. But when it comes to being gossiped about, people's messages are their secrets, and secrets must be kept.
Indeed. No one would want their letters to be publicly known.
She's certainly determined when it comes to confidentiality. That's why she doesn't want to disclose the addressee of Belduke's letter. I'm not gonna get it out of her.
I promise, Sir Belduke. I'm going to keep it, no matter what. The promise, I mean. It's something I can pride myself on, right?
End of the road for testimony.
Everyone knows that Miss Greyo respected Sir Belduke. That's why it seems so inconceivable that she could be the killer. She doesn't have any motive.
That crime did take place. At this point, we probably need to... What we need to do is look at the case from a different angle. Change perspective, so to speak.
We just need to look at it from another angle. I wonder...
I feel like we're getting close to the truth here. Now I just need to follow it through. That's an attorney's duty.
I'm sure you can do it, Mr. Wright.
Okay. Never make an attempt on his life through magic or otherwise. Okay, so I guess we should probably present a different motive then. I think that was on this one, right? Not a killing motive, but just a different motive. Okay. What kind of motive could we suggest, though? I thought we were going to get some more information elsewhere, but I guess not. Okay, let's suggest another motive. I understand. The defense will present evidence. Evidence to indicate Jean Grey's motive for murder. No. Wait, what?
What's this about, Sir Blue Knight?
Sir Belduke's life was taken that day. That's a fact. However, was this actually the culprit's true objective?
Objection!
What? This is nonsense. Sir Belduke was murdered. What other possible reason could there be besides someone wanting him dead?
I'm fairly positive this piece of evidence will lead us to the culprit's real motive.
Very well. Defense, present evidence to indicate Jean Grey's motive for committing the crime.
Evidence to commit the crime. Could it be the contents of the letter that she was worried about? Maybe she wanted to get the letter. But then, like, why choke him? Like, what was that supposed to achieve? That's the part I don't get. Do we have anything like that would be useful here besides this? Is there anything in here that would be of use? Something that would prove a motive. It's gotta be the letter, right? Like, do I present the letter, maybe?
Take that!
Yeah, I guess it is a letter. I mean, it's the only thing that something in this letter must have sparked something in Jean. Miss Grayle had no reason for wanting to kill Sir Belduc. However, there was another incident that night which is related to this case. And I have an idea what it was. Another incident. I'm referring to this letter. Sir Belduc wrote a letter shortly before his death, yet all we have here are some blank sheets of parchment.
Fascinating. Are you saying maybe a witch used some kind of ink-removing magic on that letter, Mr. Wright?
No, the spell used by the witch was, of course, Godor. Let's go over the state of the crime scene one more time. As we know from Miss Mailer's testimony, the letter was in a letterbox next to the victim's head.
Ah, yes. It's in the sketch as well. The letterbox is on the far side of the shelf.
The point of note here is the location of that letterbox.
Unbelievable.
As Inquisitor Barnum seems to have noticed, the letterbox is within reach of the small portal conjured by the witch behind the painting on the wall.
Oh, indeed it is.
And as Sir Belduc's butler, you would have known exactly where he keeps his letters.
Indeed, Master Belduc would always keep his letters in that letterbox before posting them.
You mentioned no such thing.
Miss Grayle, you created a portal with Godor. No, not with the intention of killing Sir Belduc. You were after this letter, weren't you?
That's merely a wild conjecture. I didn't even know about that letter at the time.
Did she... Okay, if she was using Godor for something, though, she obviously, like, meant to use it because, like, she would have had to have been the only one that painted that wall green, right? That's the other thing, is, like, why is that wall green? Like, this was premeditated to some extent. Because the only logical conclusion to come here is, like, it was painted green specifically for the use of magic. I don't know why else you'd do that. You didn't. Now that's very strange. When Miss Mailer came by that night, Sir Belduc was busy writing that letter. And that's when you entered, carrying a bottle of tomato juice. There's no way you wouldn't have known that your master was writing a letter to someone. And you could have known even more than that. For instance, perhaps you knew what he was writing about.
That's enough. I served Master Belduc as his butler. I would never have pried into his private affairs. Whatever it was he wrote about in his final letter to the storyteller, it is no concern of mine.
Your Honor.
Yes, defense?
I'd like Miss Grayrell's last statement to be added to the testimony.
Any objections, Inquisitor Barnum?
No, my lord.
Very well. Witness, conclude what you just told us in your testimony.
As you wish, my lord.
Hold it!
Let me get this straight. You didn't know anything about the victim's letter.
That's right. I believe I've said as much already.
Then, how did you know? How did you know it was addressed to the storyteller?
Ah, indeed.
No one's mentioned it up to this point.
Why don't you answer his question, witness?
Actually, wait, didn't we bring up the fact that this letter was blank and addressed to the storyteller? No. No, we didn't. We just said that it was a blank letter. That's it. We revealed its contents and what it was. We didn't say who it was from or anything. Phoenix specifically refrained from saying that. It's true that this letter is addressed to the storyteller. But when did you find out about it? Is she also going to say, like, 5 minutes ago? When we didn't say it?
I have spoken about the murder with many people over the past 3 months.
Hang on!
Excuse me, Miss Mailer?
Oh,
I thought I caught her off guard, but it's her screech that's caught me off guard. Is there perhaps anything you'd like to add to Miss Grayl's testimony?
no, not really.
In that case, let me ask you a different question. Did you tell Miss Grayl about Sir Belduke's letter?
I don't know. Do not beat around the bush, witness. Answer the question. If I may briefly interrupt, I am testifying right now. If you wish to question Miss Mailer, please do so once you have finished interrogating me.
Oh? Is somebody getting a little protective? For some reason? She's not gonna let me question Mailer, from the looks of it. And if she's so keen to prevent her from answering. This might be just a critical point in the testimony. I've got to find another way of fishing for that information. Witnesses, continue testifying. No reason to take his life nor steal his letter to the storyteller. Okay, we have to figure out how to get this information. If we press her on this statement, would that give us possibly more information?
Hold it!
I thought we already did a press on this one, but that's fine.
I was also what you call an orphan. I've been stealing bread or apples for such for stalls and shops to survive. I was known far and wide as among the traders in the shopping area. I was famous, or rather, infamous.
Was she stealing from Mrs. Eclair too?
And one day Miss Grayl took me there. To Sir Belduke's residence, I mean. Sir Belduke helped me. He helped me to find a suitable job.
And so you became a courier?
Yes, see, I only had one real skill. I'm light-footed. At first, I didn't take it seriously. The job, I mean. I didn't care about work. But then I realized it. That's not so bad to be useful, you know, to other people. So I owe him a lot too, you see. Sir Belduke, I mean.
What a heartwarming story.
I think the judge just wiped away a tear at the rim of his hood.
The more you hear about Sir Belduke, the more obvious it will become to you that no one had any reason to want to kill him.
Sure does seem that way. Okay. And the contents layer that might have been proven to be her motive, right? Need to get Grayro to admit that she got hold of that letter. Okay, how do we do that? How do we get her to admit it? This took me in, complete stranger, forever be indebted. Had no reason to take his life nor steal his letter to the storyteller. Should we press this again? Like, is that gonna change? What? We just pressed this though. Let me get this straight. You didn't know anything about the victim's letter.
That's right. I believe I'd said as much already.
Then, how did you know? How did you know it was addressed to the storyteller? Indeed. Why don't you answer his question, witness? It's true this letter is addressed to the storyteller. But when did you find out about it?
I've spoken about the murder with many people over the past 3 months. Everyone has been very kind to me. They've also told me all sorts of things. I must have heard about it from someone at some point.
Well, that incident was certainly much talked about. Would you not agree, defense?
Does her testimony hold together? Nah. There we go. There's a huge contradiction in Miss Grayl's testimony.
You are becoming very predictable, Sir Blue Knight. If there is a contradiction, I hope you have the evidence to prove it.
Here's my chance. There's only one way to expose this contradiction. Okay, contradiction to the testimony, saying that she would have indeed heard about the letter already. I don't know what that would be. There's only one way to expose this contradiction. Yeah, present evidence, but what will the evidence be?
Defense is ready to present evidence. Very well. The defense shall present evidence of a different nature. What does the defense believe to contradict Miss Grayl's testimony?
Well, okay. She did hear about the letter, so maybe it's this green wall. Because, like, that would have had to been put there deliberately, right? Like, she knew something was up before the letter went out the door. Because who else would paint this random splotch of wall green like this?
Take that!
No, okay, it's not. That's the evidence. Now tremble and awe at the power of my reasoning. Oh, I'm trembling, alright.
Can you repeat that last bit? I'm afraid I misheard.
Even I had never used a catchpenny line like that. Well, I trembled a little. All those chilling stares are giving me the shivers. Mr. Wright, no matter how cold everyone else might be towards you, I'll always stay on your side.
Presenting that evidence was a big mistake. Trying to show off was an even bigger one.
The one who ought to tremble is you, Sir Blue Knight.
Fuck.
Excuse me, Mr. Wright.
What's up, Luke?
Contradictions can be exposed without the need for evidence. Professor said something to this effect when the speller was on trial.
Now that I think about it. The professor did talk about a different kind of weapon that it could use in court. Maybe I should keep that in mind and give it another try. Wait, do you mean like presenting profiles? I don't know what else I would be able to present. It's not going to be from the Grand Grimoire. I guess it has to be a profile. Okay, let me save here, just in case. Okay, so we need to press, go all the way through. Don't do the hang on. Yeah, we go through this. Okay, I have an idea. I'm gonna just save here for convenience sake. It's okay, we can get out of this this train of thought if we need to, because there's the no option. It is a contradiction. So now we're gonna get to present evidence. Okay, we're ready to present evidence. What does the defense believe to contradict Miss Grayl's testimony? A profile, maybe? One of the first discovered Belduke dead 3 months ago. Alchemist murdered 3 months ago. Valley is a doctor, but feared nonetheless. So her testimony stated what exactly? Testimony stated that she had no reason to view the letter or steal it, or no reason that she knew that it was addressed to the storyteller before the murder, right? Is that because of what Letty said? Like, I don't know. I don't think we know enough about Newton to say it was him. And then everyone else here is, like, mainly relevant to the other case.
Take that!
No, okay. I'm gonna reread her testimony so we understand what's going on here. Okay. So we're basing the testimony on the idea that... Yeah, exposed without the need for evidence. The professor said something, right? But then what do we present? Oh, do we just say no, we don't have evidence? Is that what we need to do? Okay, I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna try that. Maybe saying no is the answer here.
Hold it!
Okay, press. We can't like load from here, can we? I forget. We can save. No, we can't load. That's okay. I'd have to like quit out and stuff, it's fine. Alright, so we want to present evidence. Yeah, there's a contradiction. Huge contradiction in testimony. Hope you have the evidence to prove it. We don't have the evidence. There's only one way to expose this contradiction. I can't present evidence. The defense has no intention of presenting evidence. What? The proof that there is a contradiction cannot be found in the court record.
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
The professor pointed out to me in the previous witch trial. In this court, an attorney's arsenal isn't limited to the court record.
Each of the witnesses in this trial has given their own account of what occurred. Therefore, whenever one witness has testified, the other remaining witnesses have listened. Should one witness's testimony differ from another's testimony, then I suppose that in itself can also be considered a contradiction, can it not?
Juxtaposing contradictory testimonies from different witnesses is the key. Miss Greer, your testimony contradicts another one that we've heard in this court today. For reasons like this, I wish that the testimonies were in the court record. And no reason to take his life nor steal the letter from the storyteller. Okay. Sir Belduc was a wonderful man. He's the one who recommended this line of work to me. And he's the one who told me about the confidentiality obligation, I mean. I've never once broken it. Well, she's under no confidentiality obligation, so maybe she did it. Maybe that's why. Okay, what is... No reason to take his life nor steal his letter for story. But what does that have to do with, like, stealing the letter, though? What does either of these have to do with that? Master took me in, a complete stranger. I'll forever be indebted to him. Okay, let's go through each of these. So what, she steals the letter because she is indebted to him? That doesn't make any sense. Complete stranger. I'll forever be indebted to him. I don't think so. It's gotta be this, right? Like the confidentiality obligation? I mean, that's related to mail. I've never once broken it.
Objection!
I like that. That's good. That's good. It was a single word that gave you away, Miss Grayrel.
What do you mean by that?
The name of the recipient. There were only a few people who knew the intended recipient of that letter. 4 people, to be precise.
Only 4 people?
The first was Sir Belduc, the author of the letter. Then there was Miss Mailer, who delivered it. And of course the storyteller, its recipient, as well as one more person. The one who stole the letter, using a portal spell and swapped it with the blank sheets of parchment. The witch.
Maybe I did. Maybe I spilled the beans. About the letter, I mean. Maybe I told the butler.
You did what?
Well, because, you see, me and the butler are sort of friends. And it was about our dear Belduke. I feel like I might have told her about it after all. See, if I did it, that's how she knew. About the recipient, I mean.
Objection!
I understand that you're friends with Miss Grail and you want to help her out. But I've got a piece of advice, Miss Mailer. You shouldn't lie, even for a friend.
Huh?
Remember your testimony. You told us about the courier's duty to keep the details of letters confidential. And you have also testified that you have never broken that obligation. Remember?
Objection!
But just hold on a minute. As the victim's butler, Jean Greyo might have had a chance to catch a glimpse of the envelope.
Objection!
No, she didn't. When Miss Mailer came with the delivery, Sir Belduke was still writing that letter. In fact, he was in the middle of it. At that time, the letter had not been addressed yet. And the next morning, when the body was discovered, that letter was already in the letterbox. Keep in mind, Miss Greyor would have had no opportunity to see it then either. Is that so?
She went to report the crime without setting foot into the study.
And then Miss Mailer appeared and retrieved the letter. Needless to say, Miss Grail couldn't have learned of the letter's recipient afterwards. Or maybe you have a good explanation, Miss Grail? I'd very much like to hear one. Can you please tell the court how you found out the recipient's name?
Mr. Wright.
Yes?
Do you remember what I said when I was called to the witness stand?
Yes.
At the heart of alchemy lies the pursuit of the rules and logic that govern nature. You have demonstrated the power of your own logic.
Miss Grail. Are you sane?
Yes, I confess. The abhorrent witch who used the spell Godor to swap the contents of that letter, and who took the life of Master Belduke. It was none other than I.
Silence falls over the courtroom. Alright, pull the cage down. Put her in there. Lock her up.
I was an only child, born to a poor family. I've been a witch since I was very little. When did I become aware of it? I don't remember. Although I was but a young child, I knew that being a witch was a crime. That's why I hid my witch's scepter and wouldn't use magic at all.
So how do they get their hands on a scepter? Like, they just does it just get conjured the moment that their witch powers manifest?
My father worked as a bricklayer. He toiled every day, but we hardly make ends meet. One winter day, we couldn't afford to pay the rent. We were going to lose the house. My mother was in tears, and my father was sitting with his head down, wordless.
I want money for Mummy and Daddy.
That day, I suddenly remembered about the witch's scepter that I had hidden.
The Goldor spell.
I thought I'd try it just once, casting the spell. But at the time, I had no idea what an irreversible mistake that would be. Even though no one told me, I knew from the very beginning what magic I was able to use. What should I turn to gold? I was thinking about it really hard, the little girl that I was. Something that wouldn't stand out, that could be taken for a work of art. Then I decided. I chose a pretty leaf that had fallen into our garden. But it wasn't the right thing to do after all. I was terribly punished for using magic, even just this once.
Punished? In what way were you punished?
I placed the leaf down in the back garden and cast a spell. But then, Margaret suddenly walked in front of me.
Margaret?
My closest childhood friend. Margaret. Right before my eyes, she was turned into gold.
Oh, dear me.
I screamed and cried, but I knew I couldn't ask anyone for help. If anyone had seen it, they would have known it was the work of magic. And I knew Margaret wasn't coming back. That's terrible. Then, my mother and father's faces flashed before my eyes. We may have been very poor, but we were always happy together. Had I been captured as a witch, I feared my parents probably wouldn't be safe either. The thought tormented me more than anything, and so I made the decision. I decided to end my own life. I threw myself into the river near the town. It was winter and the water was as cold as ice. I couldn't even move. It was painful. My consciousness started drifting away. The next thing I knew, I was in Master Belduke's residence. He risked his own life jumping into the freezing river to save me. I burst into tears and told him everything. I didn't want to go back home. I would only end up causing my parents grief. Master Belduke listened to me without interrupting, and then he told me this.
You can stay here, but from now on, you must live as a boy.
Master Belduke met with my parents and explained everything to them. They were very sad, but they agreed it would be best if I didn't return home. Or Miss Greer. That must have been so awful for her. Master bought the house for my parents, so they wouldn't have to worry about paying rent anymore. As for Margaret, turned into gold, he brought her to his residence. He knew that if anyone saw her, they would report an incident of witchcraft.
And this Miss Margaret, is she still in that golden statue?
Yes, she is.
That's strange. We've received no reports of anyone by that name having gone missing.
Margaret is being kept in the basement under Master's study.
Wait. I feel like Margaret might not be a person. The basement. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this Margaret, is she a...
Yes, my dear friend. Was a goat that we were keeping at her house.
And there's still a goat involved. We had a parrot and a goat. Check them both off the list. Or are we going to get a third animal next time? What animal is going to be next? A monkey? Goat.
Until then, Master Belduke had mainly been researching medicine. But since the incident with Margaret, he became known as an alchemist.
So that's when he became an alchemist. I was wondering why the goat was the only thing not covered in dust. He takes very good care of the goat. Or maybe she does. Maybe she comes to wipe him every day.
That's how he started a new life as Master Belduke's butler.
Well, it was just a goat. I mean, like... You could have just explained it to your parents. They knew that she was a witch, right? Like, just... It wasn't a person. You could have easily covered that up. Sir Belduke would sometimes work as a physician, curing the townspeople of their illnesses. As his assistant, you have also shown commitment to helping the townspeople through your work.
I forgot about being a witch and was able to live happily, at peace with everyone. I thought I could stay like that forever. But those peaceful days came to an abrupt end. Tell us, what in the world was the cause? Even I'm not quite sure what led to this. However, it all started 3 months ago, with that lightning strike. Master Belduke and I were on our way back home, carrying specimens for experiments. An old bell tower appeared in the flames. Everyone who saw it was stupefied. But the expression on Master Belduke's face was unlike anything I'd seen before. What do you mean? His face went pale and twisted in sheer terror. He was shaking violently. It wasn't just astonishment at an unusual phenomenon. It seemed as if he was afraid of something more concrete. Perhaps Sir Belduke saw something that others couldn't. He cancelled his experiments for that night and began writing a letter to someone. A letter? I found out about it when I brought him his bottle of tomato juice. He was writing feverishly, as if he were possessed. I saw some things. A few words in that letter. Expose everything. Cannot keep this secret any longer. The truth about the witch. Master Belduke was going to confess that I was a witch. Yeah, but you didn't make the tower appear. So this is how she knew about the letter, was just because she brought him the juice. I guess that makes sense. I'm trying to think how that relates to us getting to this position. But I guess that kind of makes sense with the... Well, yeah, I guess it kind of relates to the other testimony. I'm not really sure why the contradiction is, but with that other testimony. But I see how it kind of relates to it anyways. Everything went black in front of my eyes. I will never forget the feeling that overwhelmed me at that moment. Is that when you decided to commit the crime? What I did first was accidentally singe a part of the wall in my room. It was an excuse to repaint that section of the wall green. Then you also painted the wall behind that painting in Sir Belduke's study. And when that fateful night came, I used a syringe to inject the soporific through the cork and into the bottle of tomato juice. So many thoughts were running through my head as I wished Master a good night. I opened the portal behind him. He was right there, in front of me, asleep. I reached for the letter in the letterbox, taking care not to wake him. And then, I happened to notice the name on the envelope. Storyteller. When I read that name, the world all around me turned black once more. It's impossible to avoid what is written by the storyteller. It seemed as if I could hear the doors to all escape routes shutting closed. It was the sound of despair. I would like you to believe me that the thought of taking Master Belduke's life never once occurred to me. I only planned to steal that letter and then disappear. But as I looked upon Master sleeping there in front of me, at that moment, I felt an evil presence awaken within me. Why did he save my life? And why did he betray me? Before I realized what I was doing, my hands were clutching his neck. He didn't move at all, so I I kept on clenching his neck. That's it. That's the truth about what happened 3 months ago. There's just one thing I failed to understand. Yes? You said you wanted to run away once you had stolen the letter. Yet despite that, you continued to live in Sir Belduke's residence. And now here you stand. Why did you not run away? My life had been thrown into disarray due to the absurdity of magic. I had learned all about alchemy, living at Master's residence. Alchemy is concerned with the logic that governs the world. I wanted to believe that there truly was such a thing. So I stayed in that place hoping to one day see the irrational nature of magic overcome by the power of reason. Magic being overcome by reason. That night, I swapped the letter with blank sheets of parchment and waited for the sun to rise. I resolved to wait for the day when my true identity could be exposed to reason and logic. Master's death remained a mystery for 3 months, and people started to lose interest. So she made a game of it. She just wanted like her self-satisfaction that magic was bullshit, so she killed her adoptive father, made a game of it, and was like, well, fine. You know, if magic's so bullshit, surely someone here is smart enough to solve this without it. And then sadly, the first thing they resort to was magic. Although, ironically, magic was involved, so I mean, kinda hard to, you know, disprove magic if you used it in the case. Because magic is the logic. And then you appeared, Mr. Wright. On the day you visited the residence, I was listening to your conversation from the other room. As the time finally came for me, my heart was racing with anticipation. Then, a few minutes after everyone entered the room, an unbelievable incident took place. Instead, I inspired and reenacted the first season of Full Metal Alchemist Brother. Is that what happens? Someone just, like, uses magic to try and disprove magic? They just get, like, so fed up and pissed off by magic that they decide to use it and try and hope that someone out there can, like, disprove it? Come up with, like, a logical reason as to how a crime using magic could have possibly happened without magic. Which, really, if they were smart, that would be impossible, because it would just mean coming up with some random bullshit explanation that makes no sense. A few minutes after everyone entered that room, an unbelievable incident took place. That instant, a witch appeared in Master's study. What? I wanted to get a look at the witch, so I created a portal in the wall behind the painting. Precisely at that moment, the witch used one of the very spells that I can use too. When I heard those words, a single thought flashed through my mind. Wait a second, didn't the last witch we get killed say something similar? That it wasn't her? That it was this other witch? It wasn't me, it was the other person. Yeah, likely story. Heard it 1,000,000 times. Get in the cage already. This was my chance. I could dispose of my witch's scepter. I knew at the time what kind of a witch the Inquisition would be looking for. A witch that can use Formalia and Goldor. It occurred to me that I only needed to change one of the magic gems. I had previously found out that the Formalia gem was purple. I realized that if I swapped the Goldor magic gem for my amethyst, I could pin the blame for my crime on that other witch. So what, it was her intent never to pin it on Maya? It was just an unfortunate circumstance? Oh my god. I look away for like 1 second, and look what shows up in chat. Technically, they try to resurrect their mother, but instead bring her back as an abomination and sacrifice his brother in the process. But close enough! Well, I mean,
I guess that's pretty close to, you know, pinning a murder on someone else. So you changed one of the gems and threw the witch's scepter into that room, is that correct?
Exactly.
Objection!
Wait a minute. Jean Grey, this statement of yours is highly problematic.
How so, Inquisitor Barnum?
Yes, you are right.
Can someone explain to me what this is about?
I am a witch indeed. A sinful creature that killed the person to whom she owed her life. However, regarding the gentleman standing next to you, Mr. Wright, he may have fallen victim to a witch, but that witch was not me.
Ah. Oh. Wait, what? Order! Order! Order in the court! What is the meaning of this?
Jean Grey admits to killing Sir Belduc, but not to turning Sir Layton into gold. That is the gist of it, my lord.
But lying about it is meaningless.
Lying?
Just being a witch is a crime in itself. And the punishment for that crime is the same, regardless of whether she took one person's life or two. That's why there's no point in lying about it. I'm sure that's what the judge is thinking.
Grey is still claiming she never laid a finger on the professor. But if there's no point in lying, does that mean she must be telling us the truth?
So in that case, who's responsible for what happened to the professor? If it wasn't her, then who was it?
No one can answer that question. And no one dare say Maya, because I can't be her. We just spent the last 2 hours proving that.
Mind if I say something?
Yes, very much so.
Take a hint, witness. Does it feel like this is the right moment for you to talk? Yeah, well, that's kind of why I was staying quiet till now. But I'll either say it now or never. Don't simply fall silent after saying that. It only makes me weigh on my mind more. Whatever did you want to say? Oi, Bluey!
Holy shit, another one. Already. It's been like 30 seconds. Crazy. Trump's a great example that some people lie even when there's no point whatsoever. Well, when you're a compulsive liar, yeah, that kind of just happens naturally. But in this case, I don't think she seems like a compulsive liar. Like, she has a secret, obviously, that she wants to be kept secret, but she doesn't lie about anything. She just kind of refrains from telling the truth. Like, by not saying anything at all. She's not, like, covering up a truth. She's just doing everything she can to, like, not get in a position where she needs to say the truth. Yes?
Wanting to make sure about something. Well, it's not what it used to be, you know?
Yeah, I'm sure it's not what it used to be 3 hours ago before you started your 200th glass of wine. Yes?
The alchemist butler, Lady Butler, she slipped sleep medicine into his drink.
That's correct. She laced his tomato juice with it.
Well, then she strangled him, the alchemist, afterwards.
I don't know how many people here are spam bots. They don't show up in the chat, so I can't tell who's a bot or not. Now, there's other real people here, I'm pretty sure. It's definitely not a bot. The bots, I think, they just come in so fast that they don't even show up as, like, an active viewer. Yes, Sir Belduc was unconscious from the sleep medicine, so he didn't resist.
And that explains why we found no signs of a struggle at the crime scene. Yeah, what about that? Well, I let it slip earlier about what I did at the crime scene, right? I told you that I had a few sips of that juice.
And the sleep medicine mixed in made you sleep like a log. Yes, we remember.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. What's this just between us, okay? You see, when I appropriated that juice, well, the juice bottle was, well, still unopened.
It was unopened.
My throat was parched and I wasn't thinking straight. Well, that brand new bottle was just there, waiting for me, with a corkscrew conveniently laid next to it. Well, I couldn't just let that go to waste. Well, I swiftly pulled the cork and got to drinking.
What?
So, in case you don't get what I'm getting at, the alchemist wouldn't have a single drop of the juice with the sleep medicine.
No, I don't know if Wings have left, because like if Wings left, then the chat wouldn't be showing their name in the list. It only shows people who are like actively watching the stream in that list, as from what I understand. Huh. Like, in my experience, if you like tab away from a stream, it removes you from that list after a time. I've seen it happen myself.
Witness, you went to the trouble of opening a bottle found at a crime scene just to drink its suspicious contents? Well, that's what I've been telling you. What was dying of thirst? That doesn't justify what you've done.
Objection!
No, but it does kind of put a wrench in this whole thing.
The Inquisition shall deal with this witness after the trial. He will find out what it means to be dying of thirst in a more literal meaning. However, let us not waste any more time with him now. The witch has confessed to her crimes. There is no need to investigate Sir Belduke's death any further. Indeed, you are right, Inquisitor. Her role in the Sir Layton incident is not entirely clear. But a person who kills her protector to whom she owes her very life can be nothing other than a witch. The court has sufficient grounds to sentence her as such.
Duke didn't drink the juice that night. And if that's true, there's one thing here that doesn't add up.
Mr. Wright, I'll have to say, there's something about this that's bothering me. I'm sure there's a contradiction lurking in that man's testimony. You think so, Luke?
Can I really turn a blind eye to that? No. We gotta go back to that for a second here. Mister, you're saying you opened the bottle, tomato juice bottle, but that claim contradicts a certain piece of evidence.
What? Defense, I would like a word with you.
Yes, Your Honor?
At this point, your client's innocence has already been established. Therefore, whether there is a contradiction in that man's testimony or not should no longer be of any of your concern.
Oh, see, now their name disappeared for me. Maybe it just took a bit for it to update on my end. I just checked now. That may be so, Your Honor, but even though I'm here to defend the accused, the true duty of any attorney is to uncover the truth behind what happened. My job's not done until there are no more contradictions left.
Very well.
Sir Blue Knight,
Let us hear about this contradiction you have discovered.
the bottle was first opened by that guy, meaning Belduke didn't drink any of it. That means there's one piece of evidence that should be very difficult to explain.
I would like to hear about this contradiction too. The defense shall present evidence. Where is the contradiction in this witness having been the one to open the tomato juice bottle?
Would it be the tomato juice itself? Oh no, it's probably, would it be in here? Would it be this? Contradiction in this witness having been the one who opened the tomato juice. I wonder if it would be this. Like, because it was already open in this picture, but... Yeah, it's got to be this, right? Yeah, okay. I mean, it's a three. There's three possibilities in here. It's got to be one of these images. I like my odds. The contradiction can be seen in one of the sketches of the crime scene. In one of the sketches. Please take a look at Sir Belduke's mouth. We can see a line of red liquid trickling down from his mouth. Yes, well, we have already established that it was the tomato juice. Oh. Exactly, Your Honor. Sir Belduke didn't drink any of the tomato juice that night.
Objection!
Which means there's only one other possibility. That red line is, as we've thought first of all, blood. Sir Belduke must have tried to fight back the assailant and bit his tongue in doing so. We're back to this whole thing. You know, first he was like, oh, it was totally assault. And then we're like, no, it's not assault, here's why. And he's like, ah, yes, that makes sense. And now he's just like, ha, I knew it. It was definitely assault from the beginning.
Objection!
Unfortunately, that would only bring us back to the problem we encountered earlier. Earlier? If the victim had put up a fight, then there should have been traces of a struggle at the crime scene. And yet, no such traces were found. That's what made you assume the witch must have used Formalia. Yes, that is so.
As I explained before, Master Belduke didn't struggle at all at the time. But when I think about it now, in light of the new information, it was very unnatural.
The victim didn't drink the soporific, yet didn't struggle.
What does this mean? If it's not tomato juice nor blood brought about through the struggle with the murderer, then what else could it be?
Since it's not tomato juice, we have to assume it's blood after all.
Yeah, right? What's gotta be that?
How much is in that bottle?
We've ruled out the possibility that the victim bit his tongue while struggling with the attacker.
Indeed. There's gotta be a different reason for the blood being there. Okay, we're saving. He must have suffered internal bleeding that was somehow connected to his death. But what could have caused it? Your Honor, if I may ask one question.
A question? To whom?
If I just clarify this one suspicion, I may be able to explain the blood shown in the sketch. That's why I need to question one person in particular. Barnum maybe? I mean, they examined the body, right? Or Grail. Should I ask Grail if they saw blood when they strangled him? Or maybe Amir, the same thing? Oh man, I don't know. Ask one question to question one person in particular. I feel like Barnum might be the one here. Well, I'd like to ask Inquisitor Barnum.
What, me?
Do you have any idea who I should question? God damn it.
Why are you asking me?
Ugh, I knew he'd get mad.
It's about the incident, and it would make sense to ask one of the witnesses, do you not think?
Well, I don't know. Weren't you there that day? Examining the crime scene? I figured you might know some more about the blood.
He may have yelled at you, but at least he answered your question, Mr. Wright.
Yeah, Mr. Wright, you know,
maybe there's a human heart beating under all that armor after all.
Witness, huh? Who should I ask? Alright. One suspicion may well explain the sketch. That's why I need to question one person in particular. I'm gonna assume it's Guerrero. She would have been there sometime in the middle of the night, and then we would have known for sure. Like we need to know that the timeline of the blood, right? So maybe she noticed the blood when she went to strangle him? I don't think Amir is a good person to ask, because he was there at the day of when the crime scene was being investigated anyways. So that's not really going to give us like a change in events. The chances of it being different are much lower. Well then, I have a question for Miss Grail.
Yes, Miss Wright?
On the day of the crime, did anything go missing from the crime scene?
Missing? Such as... The tomato juice that a certain person drank, do you mean?
Yeah, something like that. But was there anything else?
I'm afraid I cannot say. You may remember that I didn't enter Master's study that day, not even once. If I may be so bold as to make a suggestion, perhaps it would be wiser to ask someone who went into Master's study.
Yeah, but you went in through the... Well, I guess you weren't really looking through the portal. Okay, fair enough. Alright. I guess we do need to ask Amir after all. Can't believe we have to ask him this question. Mister, can I ask you something?
Yeah? Don't give me that scary look, Bluey. I know nothing. Nothing at all. I've got nothing to tell.
Mir's as innocent as a little lamb, but is his confidence more than a sham?
He'd be better off without that bard. You drank the tomato juice that was at the crime scene, right?
Don't keep asking me about that over and over again. So what if I did?
Then I have another question for you. Did anything else disappear from the crime scene that day? I mean, we know the letter disappeared. And we know that maybe he might have taken a certain golden arm from the crime scene.
Nah, I didn't notice anything.
Objection!
See, I knew asking him was useless.
Witness, just what have you done this time? You look like a dog caught making a mess on the carpet. What are you looking at like that? Like that? Well, I don't know about anything gone missing. I'm innocent. Please believe me.
Truth can drown in his swimming eyes. Some tell lies well, others cannot tell lies.
Looks like my gut feeling is right. He took something from the crime scene. Something that could be directly connected to that red liquid around Belduke's mouth.
What on earth did that man steal from the crime scene?
A certain item disappeared from the crime scene that day. And at this very moment, it's highly likely that item is right in front of our very eyes. And I don't think he's talking about the golden arm that we have now somehow managed to reattach.
What? It's here.
Isn't that right, mister?
What is it? I have no idea.
Defender, I order you to show us what this item is.
The item that the witness took from the crime scene.
Got it!
It's this bottle.
The bottle?
Miss Grayer, I'd like you to clarify something for me.
What would that be, Mr. Wright?
Sir Belduke was working on creating certain medicines. He had various dangerous substances in his possession as well. How were they stored?
Master kept them in a locked medicine cabinet. The bottles were labeled so that it was clear that they were dangerous. They have all been confiscated.
As for those labels, did they resemble the label on that guy's bottle?
Mister, what are you doing with the product of Master's research?
That's not what you think. Well, I didn't have any evil intentions or nothing.
That bottle belonged to Master, and it was used to store strong poison. Poison strong enough to kill.
Poison? What?
The red liquid trickling down Sir Belduke's mouth was definitely blood. Now, as for what caused him to bleed like that from his mouth, it was the deadly poison from the bottle this guy stole from the crime scene. It was a suicide! Maybe.
Order! Order! Whoa. Do you expect me to just keep quiet? Wait, what's poison? Poison? Am I gonna die?
Objection!
I mean, I think if it was poison still, you would have been dead hours ago.
Just wait and see. Time will tell.
Yeah, I guess.
More importantly, I want to know why you have that bottle.
Huh?
Well, let's, remember how I told you I drank the alchemist's tomato juice? Indeed, it's not something easy to forget, especially having heard it several times.
Well, what's when I saw it on the floor? With this bottle right here.
It was totally empty. When I thought, you know, it was such a fancy looking bottle and all.
It's a bottle with a skull and crossbones on it. What makes that fancy?
Well, I'm a bit of a skull fancier. We have this air of danger about them, right?
This is the last man I pictured to be an emo. They certainly do.
So, since it was there, when I was there too, well, I felt we were kind of meant for each other. Well, I thought, this bar's so classy I could die for it.
Had any poison been left in the bottle, you would have died instantly. But it was empty. But if it was empty, it was probably harmless.
Oh, hear that? Oh, I'm gonna live. Good thing I rinsed it well before use.
Well, at least he's not totally incompetent.
But if the victim was killed by poison, that raises a new question, of course.
Who could have poisoned him?
Considering all the evidence and the testimonies we've heard today, the answer is so close I can taste it. Sir Belduke was poisoned by... It was, of course, Sir Belduke himself.
Sir Belduke himself?
Sir Belduke took that poison of his own will. His death was suicide.
Objection!
That is preposterous. A suicide? Inconceivable.
Objection!
Think about it. He's the only one that would have had access to the poison. Think about it, Inquisitor. That would explain the most unnatural aspect of his death.
The most unnatural aspect?
Miss Grail, when you were strangling Sir Belduke, he put up no fight whatsoever. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. Until today, I was convinced it was due to the sleep medicine.
It wasn't, because he didn't take any. The truth is, when you gripped his throat, Sir Belduke was already dead. He had poisoned himself. If only she noticed. She might not, you know, be in this situation. Well, actually, she would still be in this situation because the reason she's here is for a completely different reason. But, you know, we wouldn't be able to use this crime as evidence to support our argument. So maybe she wouldn't be in this situation.
But would the poison have caused him to bleed from his mouth?
I personally know of no poison that works instantly and causes such symptoms. Oh, you don't? I can't just tell them it happens on TV all the time.
There are certain plants in this area that contain a highly poisonous substance. In the course of his research, Master Belduke found a way to extract that poison.
What am I hearing? Is there really such a dangerous plant in Labyrinthia?
The poison is very bitter to taste, so it would be impossible to secretly slip it into someone's food or drink. And it would cause internal damage. It is a very powerful poison. Drinking it would induce a most painful death.
No one heard any, like, screaming or anything at night?
To think Sir Belduke could... But... did Sir Belduke really choose such an agonizing death for himself? It doesn't seem like you suffered that much.
I would like to know that too.
Squirrel.
You mean to say Master killed himself after exposing me as a witch? I cannot believe it. He just went and commit suicide.
Indeed, we cannot take such a theory at face value.
Alright, mister, it was totally assault. And he bit his tongue. He had committed suicide. I dare say he would have left a suicide note. I can't say why Sir Belduke committed suicide, but I think there's a piece of evidence that can confirm his suicide was a possibility.
There's a piece of evidence like that? If you have such evidence, you ought to present it to the court immediately. Present the evidence indicating that Sir Belduke's death could have been suicide.
Take that!
Well, it's a type of letter. Maybe it's not a suicide letter, but...
That's Sir Belduke's letter. Let's see. It was addressed to the storyteller, wasn't it?
This is the last letter written by Sir Belduke. Now, if his death was a suicide, then this letter may well be his suicide note.
Objection!
What we have here is nothing more than blank sheets of parchment. Whether or not there was a suicide note is something we can only speculate about. That's right. But there is one person who knows whether this letter was really a suicide note.
You mean the person who swapped its contents?
In other words,
you, Jean Grey. Witness, you stole Sir Belduke's letter on the night of the crime. Tell us, what was written on it?
I don't know.
What? You don't know?
I did steal the letter, yes, but I don't know what its contents were.
You mean you have not read it?
I couldn't bring myself to read it. It seemed that if I did, everything that had happened since Master Belduke saved my life would be ruined in an instant. I've taken it out and held in my hands many times, but no matter what, I just couldn't. Miss Grey.
can you tell us where that letter is now?
I have it here.
Oh. Well, at least you kept it. I was expecting her to have, like, tossed in a fire at some point.
Oh.
You're carrying it around with you? If you were searched, you would have been done for. I don't think the people here know what searching means.
That night, having killed Master Belduke, I decided to stay in his residence. I knew my identity would be revealed sooner or later, and I was ready for it. So, until that time, I decided to always keep the letter with me. My lord.
Yes, witness?
If you don't mind, could you please read it aloud? Now that I'm here, in this place of judgment, I think I'm finally ready to hear what Master wrote.
Is it just me or did the fire get hotter over time? Like, the closer we're getting to the end of the case, the fire just gets hotter. Poor Maya's just, like, sitting up there in that metal cage cooking. She's gonna die anyways from the heat.
Hold it! Miss Grey, I think you should be the one to read it.
Me?
Sir Belduke wrote this letter to the storyteller as he was preparing to die. I think it's only right his last words should be read by you.
Yes, you're right. I see. I understand. Please allow me to read the letter aloud.
Alright, let's hear what this letter actually says. What dark secrets did Sir Belduke write about?
My dear friend, I hope you will be able to forgive me for leaving this world of my own will. I have finally made this decision, having seen that accursed bell tower
appear in the flames on that dreadful night. That lightning was a sign that we have angered the gods. What I have done cannot be forgiven. I can never escape from it.
Well, that seems a little dramatic.
For the last few days, I have been thinking that it might be best to simply expose everything. This town's secret, the truth about the witch. Of course, I understand that secrets need to be kept. However, I have grown very tired. I'm afraid I cannot keep the secret any longer. I have only two concerns. The first is my daughter. It pains me to be leaving her alone in this world, although she probably doesn't think of me as her father.
A daughter?
Is that just referring
I was not
to
aware that Sir
Grey Earl?
Belduke had a daughter.
Mr. Belduke seemed to know a lot about this town. This town's secret, and the truth about the witch.
Truth about the witch? Somehow I don't think he was talking about Miss Grey Earl.
Oh. The second matter, weighing heavily on my mind, is that Jean will be left on her own.
So who's Sir Belduke's daughter? Actual daughter. Because she mentions Grey Earl separately.
Seeing her growing up, so strong and righteous, in defiance of her fate, had given me hope. A short while ago, she brought me my usual, and what will be my last drink. There are so many things I wanted to tell her, but I could only manage a thank you. She is a very sharp child. Had I said any more, she would have caught on. You could call me a selfish man, but I didn't wish my last memory of her to be a sad one.
Master Belduke. If the fate handed to her by this town has made her life an ordeal until now, I hope from the bottom of my heart that a wonderful story awaits her next. I intend to leave my residence to her, and I would like you to look out for her.
Alas, it is time for me to put my pen down, my dear friend. What I truly wish to express to you is too complicated for words. I hope one day you will understand, but for now I bid you farewell. The time has come for me to go.
So basically, if she didn't interfere, she might not have had to suffer this trial. But she just couldn't leave things alone.
This letter, it wasn't a denunciation of me being a witch.
Master Belduke
There seems to be a
cared about
theme
you
about
until the very end.
presuming too much and the trouble it gets you in, and the conclusions you jump to tonight,
Yes, how could I
and the
have forgotten?
consequences. Look what presuming got her in.
I knew it all along. So why did I? How could I have done that to him?
So she didn't end up killing anyone, but she's gonna die anyways because she admitted to being a witch. Unfortunate. Miss Grey Earl.
My lord. What is it, Inquisitor Barnum?
I think it is about time.
For the guilty verdict.
Guilty?
The Inquisition withdraws the charges against Maya Fey. And charges Jean Grey Earl with being a witch. All the evidence corroborates this accusation, and she even admits her guilt. Hence, the Inquisition asks that the witch be found guilty and punished immediately.
Objection!
Not so fast, Inquisitor Barnum.
What do you want now, Sir Blue Knight?
Admittedly, Miss Grey Earl did attempt to strangle Sir Belduke, but he had consumed deadly poison and was already dead at the time. Yeah, in the real world, at worst, you'd probably get charged with, like, defiling a corpse. I mean, that might still get you a couple of years, but certainly not the death penalty. Although, wouldn't it be considered attempted murder if she didn't know that it was dead? Never thought about that. I wonder how that would actually work. I wonder if anyone's actually done that. Like, attempted to kill someone not realizing that they were already dead. Would it still be attempted murder and treated as such, or would it be something like lighter, like just defiling a corpse? If it could be proven that they didn't know. Therefore, she's not guilty of murder. And one more thing. It also wasn't Miss Grey Earl who turned Professor Layton into gold. There was another witch present at the crime scene. The defendant Maya saw her too. To put it simply, Miss Greyerl didn't kill anyone. Yes, but she's still a witch, so burn her. Yeah, she didn't kill anyone, and yet, you still want to burn her? Maya, do you even know how it feels to be put in this cage? It's like everyone's against you, and it's super frightening. I'm not a witch, but I've been thrown into this cage and almost sentenced for something I didn't do. And now you're about to do the same thing to another person? That's just not right. But she's a witch, therefore she has to be burned. Them's the rules. Or so they say anyways. Is that all you have to say? Huh? The one who's in the wrong is not me, but you, Sir Blue Knight. Whether the witch committed a crime or not is completely irrelevant. This is the witch's court. All witches must be punished by fire. But that's crazy. Why, Barnum? Inquisitor Barnum is absolutely right. Being a witch is a crime. You understand that, don't you, Miss Greyerl? Yes. Very well then. The court is ready to issue the final verdict. Maya Fey is found innocent, and in her place, Jean Greyerl is found guilty of being a witch and shall be cast into the fire.
No! You can't!
I think he can, and he most certainly will.
Hold it!
All these people came here to see blood, and ash, and smoke.
Please, hold the verdict!
Espella?
What is it now, Espella Cantabella?
There is nothing else we can do. This is the course of things, and you should know it well.
Indeed, all witches shall be cast into the flames. That is the law of this town. A law that was written by your very own father. And furthermore, a law that has always been obeyed in the town of Labyrinthia.
A town like this should never exist in the first place.
What? Such insolence!
That's heresy! She's criticizing the storyteller's story!
I mean, I think she has some right to do that.
Has no right to criticize the story!
It's spoiler, gotta leave. How far are you into this game, or how far have you gone in before in this game? Yeah, we're about to reach the halfway point of this game. So yeah, this very image that you see on your screen is some pretty crazy spoilers right here. Yeah, just take it all in. Spoil yourself. No, don't. This game's great and definitely worth not spoiling. If you plan to play it, definitely worth doing that instead.
Trials in which innocent people are sentenced to death by fire. I shall make sure this is the last one.
What do you mean, Espella?
Wait, you're just gonna dive into the fire yourself?
The rules created by the storyteller. You should know exactly what I mean. The stipulation for ending the witch trials. Once the Great Witch Bezella is burned, the witch trials will end.
Okay, but again, we're going back to jumping to conclusions here. We have no proof that you are the Great Witch. Some random person who ended up getting killed for being a witch, mind you, said it. Of course they're gonna say that in desperation. They were being put on the stand and then executed the very moment they were.
At present, I am under suspicion. You know very well why that is, don't you?
If you jump into the fire, how do we know it's gonna do anything?
You? Well, you don't mean that you're,
I am guilty.
Okay, admitting is one thing. Anyone can admit to guilt, doesn't mean they did it.
I am the Great Witch Bezella.
What?
Now, cast me into the flames and let Miss Greyerl free.
Did we just prove that she wasn't a witch?
Miss Cantabella.
Well, I guess we proved that she wasn't the witch who committed the previous crime. And now she's just...
This shall be the last last of the witch trials.
insisting that she's the Great Witch, I guess, for some reason.
Estella, just what are you saying? I can't let you do that.
Your Honor, she's saying this out of desperation and fear for the accused. Don't listen to her words. Please remove this from the court record.
Please, Mr. Wright, let me do as I wish. I'm sorry, but this is a problem concerning the people of Labyrinthia.
No! Please don't do it!
There must be another way. You don't need to do this. It's all right, Luke, Maya, Mr. Wright, and Mr. Layton. I truly appreciate all you have done for me.
This can't be happening.
Miss Cantabella, your confession will have very serious, or rather, fatal consequences for you. May we assume that you fully understand those consequences and are willing to accept them?
Am I to assume that there's like a crime for us saying that, claiming that you are the Great Witch, and like you're just gonna be treated as such, regardless if you are or not?
I am Espella Cantabella, the storyteller's daughter. But I also have another name. I am the Great Witch Bezella. I have lived hidden in the dark pages of my father's story, deceiving all of you. Many lives have been sacrificed because of me. But that shall end today.
All right.
Court
Well,
attendants, seize that woman! She is the Great Witch, Bezella.
why is it the people that Phoenix always defends just like want to be arrested? It's like they want to be convicted of the crime. They come to him for help, or like, no, I'm not innocent. And then the moment they turn around, like, no, I'm totally guilty. Just making it harder for him, especially when they're not guilty, as usually ends up being the case. So what, she's hoping that she sacrifices herself, then Greyrold won't get sacrificed?
Espella.
Is that the plan here? We think that plan's gonna work? Maya, what the fuck are you doing?
Espella, this just isn't right. Let's go. Nick, give me a hand.
I feel like that cage would be extremely hot. Like, I mean, I guess it's not.
Jump over there.
But I feel like touching it would just kill you anyways from the heat. Well, see, now everyone's guilty and gonna get killed here because they're helping the Great Witch escape. Guilty by association.
Maya! Help me, Nick!
Espella! Quick, in here!
Wait, what? The hell is this compartment?
Stop! You've got to stop!
It's over. Well, part of me really wants to continue, but I mean, the good news is the next stream of this is only in 2 days. So we will definitely be leaving on that cliffhanger. I mean, hey, we're almost like halfway through this game. The game's only 10 chapters long. I did look it up because I honestly couldn't remember. But we are now in chapter 5. Well, technically it's 9 chapters, but the 10th chapter being the epilogue, which is like super short, so that is where we will stop. Interesting that Maya is still in the save. In the save icon there. Considering that, you know, she seems pretty fucking dead. A taste of despair. So Layton is still... We're gonna pause it here. We're just gonna go like that. That's all you guys get to see of the next chapter. So we'll be in our stream of this in 2 days. This week should be back to regular streams, so we don't have to worry about that. But that is one hell of a cliffhanger. Layton is still gold. As far as we know, he's probably not getting ungolded anytime soon. Maya's pretty fucking dead looking. Because of Spella decided to take drastic measures. Who knows what happened to Grail? Grail is probably also gonna get convicted anyways. I don't know. We'll see what happens next. Now I'm definitely on the run from the law. Doubt we're gonna get any help from anyone anymore. We're definitely gonna want to stay out of town for our next file. I mean, we're already in a forest, so that's probably a good start. But yeah, tune in Tuesday for the next chapter of Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright. I will also be back tomorrow with Superland. That was the one game that did end up getting cut last week, unfortunately. But we will continue with Superland tomorrow. And, of course, later this week we'll have the usual stuff. New rhythm game on Wednesday as well. Got something new planned for that. And then Minecraft on Friday. But in the meantime, thank you all for watching this chapter, this court case of the game. Have a good night. And I will see you next time.